Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you people all here. I hope you had a fantastic day. And I know it's a bit late, not late from the daytime perspective, but usually we did the watch parties much earlier. This week, I don't know, a lot of stuff to do. And wanted to do it Monday, but then it was also very late again for me. I was tired and then make it on the next day. So here we are. And yeah, we had some time to process episode 5, I mean, and now we can watch it again. Of course, I've already seen it. We already did like an analysis stream of this previously. I even have a review out for the episode, so that's awesome. And just can, like, if you want to know more about it or stuff, then maybe feel free to watch that. But yeah, today we will just have a watch party, sit together and look at this episode. I will show you a timer in a moment, and I hope the timer stuff will work. I could also show you, I don't know if this helps, like I have this little equalizer thing, so when I talk, it moves. Maybe that's cool for you, so you know when I'm talking. I'm not sure if that helps. We can make a poll. Because we like polls here now, but we have the feature. It's called Spectralizer. Spectralizer on or off ? On, off. So we can just notice that off is written without a D, so that's good. There's some letters missing. But it is Spectralizer. Yeah. That should work. Maybe should have prepared that, but whatever. Hi there. Quickly stop by to say that I adore your content. Much appreciated, Eileen Ibis. Much appreciated. That you like it, yeah. That's a good approach, Matt. That's definitely a good one. Okay, people say on. It seems like people find this feature much cooler. Let's say this feature is less divisive and controversial than episode 5, and that is already good. Is the sound good? Can you hear me? Is everything fine? That's also an important question for me personally, because of production stuff. Always important to do. Also, maybe should prepare Mr. Timer here already. Okay, that should work. It sounds good for my side. Just listen to myself for a moment. It was horrible experience. At the same time, it was good enough. At least from a technical standpoint. Okay, so sounds perfect. Awesome. We'll just end the poll here. Only 9 votes. Maybe I should have wait a bit. Oh, Lakitia is here. Shoutouts to Lakitia. Nice to see you here as well. If I'm not completely mistaken, you are part of the Fellowship of Fans crew. So shoutouts to you and Fellowship of Fans, of course. Because it's always very nice to see what you people do. Sound super. Okay. I mean, it's always difficult to approximate how timely people see what I'm talking about. The stream delays on YouTube pretty high. But yeah, welcome everyone. And we have decided I leave this thing here on. Then this is a timer. We will, due to the problem is, I would love to skip the stuff, but we can't do this, else the timer's not correct. As a result, we will watch the what happened in previous episode part. We will watch the credits and then watch the show, if that makes sense. glad to finally catch one of the live streams live. Yeah, really pretty awesome. It's always nice to see some other creators here as well. Pretty nice. I especially enjoyed the Who is Elrond series. I love to listen to your videos on headphones when I put my baby to sleep and cuddle up with her. Well, that sounds very cute. So all the best to you. And much appreciated. Thank you. Glad you liked that. It was a lot of work to make this Who is Elrond series. Do I have like a link here? Probably link the playlist or something. So for people curious, of course you can't watch it right now because you of course are supposed to watch the stream here. But is it the playlist? It is a playlist link. Awesome. So for people wondering, if you have like 7 hours of time, maybe feel free to look into that. It's really a lot. And it will be over 8 hours when I'm done. 2, maybe 3 episodes are still missing from the Who is Elrond stuff. Then it's completely completed. I will probably, when the Rings of Power stuff is done, I will make the next episode for that. I'm pretty confident on that. And then I focus on Who is Galadriel, which I also would like to finish. As you can imagine, currently quite busy with this show here. It also seems like Thursday will be the next roundtable stream, in case people wonder about that as well. So just as a reminder here, I hope it works, because there are some uncertain events happening here and there. So some people had to, what do you call it in English? Decline my request of joining. Yeah, to cancel, basically. They can't appear on stream due to that. But I found some willing people. I hope we get a good panel for Thursday. Would be awesome. This episode has serious issues. It has some issues, I would agree. Will be. Not sure if the problem is everything is still in the process of being organized in the next 2 days. So I can't, before I tell people who is there, and they might be disappointed if they are not there yet, because some candidates or some guests, it's not 100% clear. Like, it's 90% clear, but not 100% clear if they will join. So I don't want to announce anything yet, just when I really know people are there. But I requested a bunch of people. Some you might have seen in previous streams before. I also requested, I can maybe spoil that, I requested Tolkien Law, Josh. Josh? I'm not sure how we pronounce it in English. Joshua or Josh? Whatever. Doesn't matter. I requested him, but sadly, time-wise, we could not make it work this Thursday. But I tried to get him on the roundtable as well at some point. But for that, we might have to move it to Sunday or something, because the schedule is just completely terrible otherwise because of the time zones. So he won't be there on Thursday, unfortunately. But I will try to get him on a future roundtable. But yeah, so much about that. Let me just think. Is there anything left to do? We have the timer. We have the spectralizer. Tolkien flash mobs. I'm very, I know this is a very... Maybe we make another poll before we start. Was that a contro... How do you spell this? Controversia? Something like this. Yeah, virtual episode. Was episode 5 of Rings of Power. Controversial episode. Something like this. Very curious, because I think it is, but I guess that is that's what most people might agree on, right? So before we start, we can just get a bunch of polls done, because we love polls here. I like them kind of. What country are you from? I'm from Germany. So it's, of course, like, I'm Central Europe time zone, and then getting guests from the United States is a bit difficult, especially when you plan your streams on Thursday, and the episode comes out at 6 in the morning. So I can't stream in the middle of the night, because I need to get up in a few hours and work on content of episode 6. As a result, I couldn't move it further, especially if I have other European guests on my show. Then they also have to stream with me till 2 in the morning or so, and that is, of course, not very... It can be kind of unfortunate. Also, Rosie Gumji is here. Nice to see you. Welcome. Okay, most people agree it was a controversial episode, it seems. 17 votes already in. Did you play any tabletop RPGs in Middle-earth? Currently, I'm not playing any tabletop RPGs, unfortunately. But I had I had one shot where I basically transformed a Dungeons and Dragons. We used the Dungeons and Dragons tabletop system, and I had one shot that played in Middle-earth. I modified it a little bit to fit better to Middle-earth. That was kind of fun. Usually, I don't know what we play, like all kinds of systems. Otherwise, this shows, well. European law? Well, I think I'm too bad with European law in general. Just want to say your content is amazing, and the love and effort you put into your videos truly shows. Thank you, much appreciated, Fred. But yeah, what other stuff? I played for a long time the Star Wars D20 system. Back in the day when I was still into Star Wars. That was a thing. But usually, it's kind of strange that I never really play much Lord of the Rings tabletop stuff. I like tabletop, but currently have not the time for it, unfortunately. Would definitely go maybe in the Dark Eye, or in the Dungeons and Dragons direction. Cthulhu maybe, also like Call of Cthulhu is interesting. Stuff like that. Yeah, I think it was 5e, or it was 4th edition, because it's definitely some years ago, but I'm pretty sure it was 5th edition. Free League is coming out with the 5th edition conversion to Middle-earth. Oh, interesting. But yeah, I just did it basically myself and wrote a little one-shot. Okay, let's end the poll. We have 28 votes. Interesting to see. I'm most curious about how to phrase this. Like, we have to phrase the poll, because this is a lore channel that covers the books a lot. So my viewers are often book fans quite a lot. As a result, I would assume that usually changes when it comes to the books are not very welcome. So I'm not sure how I can phrase it. Only 100 letters. How would you rate episode 5? I just write it short because I need the minus the lore changes. Like, if we just exclude the controversial lore changes, which are, we discuss them later, but it should be obvious what the big lore... There are 3 big lore... Is it 3? It's maybe 2? Well, whatever lore changes you disliked, minus the lore changes you disliked, or without the lore... without considering... the lore changes. How would you rate episode? Okay, we come to that in a moment. Since I only have 4 options instead of 5, which would have been awesome. So we make a 1 of 3 thing, just because otherwise it's stupid. 2 of 3. 1 is bad. 3 of 3 is good. 3 out of 3. I should take the time for making the poll. Very curious what people think before we jump into the episode. I assume, is anybody in chat who has not seen episode 5 yet? There's probably some typo there. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Also, Council of the Rings is here as well. Welcome. Nice to see you as well. Also a fellow content creator. Yeah, I'm with Code Looper. Slowly, I think at least. I haven't read the full message yet, but slowly but surely the series is becoming more and more interesting. I bet the final episode of the first batch will be amazing. Greetings from Greece. So yeah, I agree with you. I think it's really getting more interesting, and I assume in episode 6 the show actually starts, if that makes sense. Oh, Timbo is also here. Did I see this right? Welcome, Timbo. Another content creator that just appeared. Yeah, Lakitia also agrees on that. I would also agree on this. Like, I also thought it was a decent episode if you just exclude all the lore nonsense that was in the show. But it seems it's still pretty, like, poll-wise, it's still pretty in the middle. I would assume, though, if we would make the poll otherwise, maybe we should make another poll and then with people with the lore changes. I'm just curious how unpopular the lore changes would be. There will be 5 seasons and a total of 50 hours or 50 episodes, I think. And in the first season we have 8. And in the second we have 9, then 11, then 10, then 11, then 12 for the last season, if that makes sense. So 5 seasons and 8 episodes in the first season and 1 more episode in each season to a maximum of 50, if I understood that correctly. Okay, 29 votes after 2 minutes. We just end the poll here. I enjoyed the episode, first half, most cohesive episode. Yeah, I would agree that it was really cohesive. It worked kind of well. The pacing was much better. I'm glad it's that many. Yeah, it's really a lot. I hope, though, the show is successful enough to also maintain the investment of Amazon to really get to these 50 episodes at the end. Okay, that's the Chris minutes. How would you rate Ep 5 with the lore changes? I'm very curious to see the differences here. Out of 3, 2 out of 3. Yeah, you probably get it. I would love to make 5 out of 5 options to vote, to be honest, but I can't. I only have 4, and having 1 out of 4, 2 out of 4, and so it's kind of stupid. So we just go with 3. How would you rate with the lore changes? Question mark. I hope I did whatever. Typos don't matter here. So not a lot of polls going on. I'm very curious about how people like this. Asteroid TV writes, I did not understand how the characters switched their minds so fast. Yeah, that is definitely a problem in the show. They're switching their minds really fast. I keep thinking, where are the Rings of Power? Says Rafael Gustavo. We're more than halfway through the season and nothing. The only reference to elven motives in the creation of the rings was a dialogue of Celebrimbor. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I should have done this poll before, but I would like the result is pretty much as I expected, to be honest. Like just in comparison, 70%, 1 out of 3. Some thought it was still good, which is fair. But it's kind of interesting to see how many people dislike this episode. Yeah. Chained at one wrist to the Silmarillion, and are you talking about the Promethean character? Yeah. Well, just wait a moment to we have 2 minutes or so on the poll, so people had time to see it and press the button, and then we start the episode and look into that. I have to admit, I look less forward to the watch party of episode 4 than I look forward to this episode. Whoa, that was loud. I have to make volume changes here. Do I have subtitles activated? Also, I need to prepare here my stuff. It's also in English. Okay, that works. Okay, 2 minutes, 27 votes. In case somebody has not voted yet, when you hear this, the vote is already over, so you are too late. But I would assume it wouldn't change the result too much. To be honest, like we would need a massive amount of people who give it. Oh, I had a typo. It's 1 out of 3 good, but whatever. It's 3 out of 3. Yeah, my typo. But you still know what's going on. So 71% say with the lore change, it's bad. That's interesting to see, in my opinion. Like I was surprised last episode, which I didn't like that much. We had like a similar result to what we see here now. 1 out of 3, 37. 2 out of 3, 34, and 28 said it was a good episode. It was relatively similar. It was pretty equal. Like it was a third on all the votes, if that makes sense. So that is relatively interesting to see. And I think that most people got triggered by the lore changes. Of course, we have to consider that most you people usually, I assume, watch my videos here on YouTube. As a result, I would, of course, argue that you are into the books, or at least are very interested to the lore of Tolkien, and that is a very important part for Tolkien's writings of you. And of course, I can completely understand that when you don't like the change, or when you see these changes, they're not in the book, and they make some characters you really liked unlikable all of a sudden, that you are kind of triggered, as I would call it. Like it would definitely make you dislike the episode and feel disappointed. So it's kind of interesting to see that. And it's so cool that Harry warned us when we had the roundtable stream last time, where he said, yeah, that might be the most controversial episode, and that's basically what also the polls here show, the opinions, and so on. Very interesting to see. Mostly triggered to the changes of Finrod and Gil-galad. Yeah, I can see this. Like, Gil-galad definitely left behind a bit of scorched earth. Ash? I don't know what the English phrase for that is. But he definitely disappointed quite a few people. It wasn't bad if you take the big Mithril plot. It's just Anatar's lie. Yeah, that's of course a good point. For example, when Adar told Arondir, "You have been told many lies about Middle Earth." That is not bad. Yeah, it's definitely a good point that there might be a bigger context in the story of the show to the stuff we just learned. So in this context, of course, the changes is maybe this story isn't even true inside the world, and we still have not fully understood what the what Gil-galad is actually thinking and what his plan is. Like, there are definitely some details. But I would say, chat, enough talking now. We are already like half an hour or so in. Yeah, half an hour. Wow, I've once in my lifetime I estimated the time I already talked correctly. That is awesome. So I would say we start with the watch party now. For people wondering, I show you the timer. On Twitch, of course, we could that's another streaming platform, we could synchronize this better. And if you connect your Twitch account to your Amazon account, it would, like, Twitch would do the synchronizing, and we, in theory, would not need a timer. But, people voted. I asked them 2 times on if you should do these watch parties on Twitch, and they say, "No, Chris, do them on YouTube. We hate Twitch." Okay, so here we are, and of course, I don't mind. So I will make watch parties on Twitch as well. So in case people wonder, there might be another watch party of episode 5 at some point. Oh, Adar is Finra. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, they have too much story, but they can't tell it. It's a good way to phrase it. So I expect cuts, but when they just add random things instead, it's not longer a story of the second age. Yeah, I can definitely see this with this opinion. I felt the elves fading when they don't get Mithril was ridiculous. Really crossed a line, in my opinion. Only way can accept it is if it ends up being a lie. Yeah, might be a lie or something. We will find out. Yeah, Harry was really a fantastic guest. It's always fun to have him on the show. I would argue I had only fantastic guests on the show. Like Penguin also was really fun to have on the show as well. Helen is always fun to have on the show. But yeah, are people ready on their devices to start the show? So I will count down from 3 in a moment. And then on go, I press a play button. My problem is always I have to press 2 buttons at the same time. Maybe I could do this like this. Like I press start and then press the episode. That won't make sense. So like Uber Micro. Yeah, that works probably better. Because my timer start button is usually on my left screen, and my play button for the episode is on the center screen. I'm ready. Take me now or lose me forever. Wow. Okay, people seem to be ready and desperate. Still, I have to wait for a moment because we have this 20 to 60 seconds delay. So I want that everybody is going on. Kimberly 80 interview when? I would love to do this, but I think Kimberly is really like a person who enjoys her privacy, and she doesn't want to be like focused on. As a result, she's really, really tough to contact. Like, really tough. Yeah, Helen, aka Clueless Fangirl, also shoutouts, is really fantastic to have. Not ready, but I will catch up. Okay. But it would be pretty cool to interview. Maybe I could get Jenny Dolphin. Maybe even Ted Naismith I could also request in the future. That's probably a good idea for a stream at some point. Remember to use the Prime subscription for Philosopher's Gate on Twitch. Yeah, I would appreciate that. And as maybe after this stream, I might do another watch party on Twitch. I'm not sure. Depends on when this year ends. Yeah, Girl Next Gondor is also pretty awesome. I would have sadly she seems to kind of not available currently, or haven't seen a Red Book. I also want to get on the stream at some point, on the roundtable, even though I think he doesn't cover it. But yeah. So don't worry, I have a lot of names on my list I want to have on the show. Probably not enough episodes to get them all on this, or scheduling issues, I should call it. But okay, chat. We are. It seems like we are kind of ready. As a result, I will count down from 3, and on go we press the start button, and then we should all be synchronized. You will see the timer on screen as well, so you can synchronize with that as well if you join later or something. And I watch in English with English subtitles, even though it might be interesting to watch it on German, but whatever. Tom Shippey would be tough to get. Maybe Corey Olsen I could get, but I'm not sure if I can get Tom Shippey. I think like bigger channels like Nerd of the Rings would have better chances getting some of those people. So okay, let's do the countdown. Then we have enough time to talk anyway, right? Also, shoutouts to John for being here as well, and Aris Aurelian and so on. So many awesome people that I saw so many times. Okay, we count down. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, I think I pressed the go button, the one button too early, but whatever. I would like to hear this in German, would be an improvement. What is interesting, that like I was invited to the German Tolkien Society. We talked a bit about this. The German has a very big culture when it comes to localizing stuff. And what we never do, though, is use German accents for stuff. And this is completely different in like this English stuff where we have the dwarves, for example, have an accent and so on, which makes kind of sense in my opinion. And so, as a result, the German localization of Rings of Power also has pretty much no accents in them. It's pretty high standard, high German, Hochdeutsch, whatever. Nachsynchronisieren, exactly. I'm Team Orcs for now. By the way, this particular section that you currently might see on the screen might be the island of Numenor. It has the same shape. I read this somewhere on Reddit and I thought, oh yeah, that's true. Never noticed. Like in this sandy, dusty stuff. So I definitely think that's kind of the music of the Ainur stuff. I think that's a pretty cool idea for an intro, all things considered now. Otaku Senpai, nice that you stayed for a moment. At least we had a decent discussion before. Fantastic rest of the day to you. The orcs aren't secret the good guys. I think for the German accents or dialects, you often have the problem that some sound for other regions relatively funny. It would be really funny to hear the dwarves, I don't know, speak Sächsisch. That would be, or the deepest Bavarian accents. That would also be funny. Perils. It's a pretty cool scene. Like, we need more of those. She explains to him, like, what is death, in a way. Interesting what he might mean with I'm peril. Fireflies. That was just an accident. Quick sticks. I like how the actor really really portrays this. He doesn't know the language, even though, of course, he is an actor that speaks English. In my opinion, he does it kind of well. Like, it's very believable. Know what I mean? Go on, Pops. I also like how he calls her Pops. Also, a pretty cool scene at the beginning. I like that a lot. So they are now in the dead marshes or on the wet wing. Very interesting. It seems they came from the brown lands or so. Some argue it's maybe a stupid idea to go there to these marches, but it's probably difficult to get around them, to be honest. This year must be then south of Rhûn. I think they're north of Mordor now. Yeah, Daniel Wayman plays very well. That's his name. I remember now the actor's name. Very bad with actor names, by the way. No, it's kind of strange with the migrating, because in the books, the Harfoots are described as those... By the way, this scene is really like the Man in the Moon scene. Looking up at the moon. And the stars. Now, you could argue he's not looking at the moon because the moon is behind him. But, you know what I mean. And this surprised me a little bit. Did we hear? They tell us, okay, this is the crater. They even mix the information that, yeah, this is where the person landed. I like her helmet, and she really looks like, I don't know. But now she does teleporting. The red-haired woman looks like Melania, Blade of Mikula from Elden Ring. Kind of. From Of course, there's some differences, don't get me wrong, but it was a first thought, okay. If she would say, I'm Melania, Blade of Mikkeller, and I know no defeat, then I would not be surprised. Yeah, that's a Naz girl, as we call her that here. Or Feminem. Also not bad, to be honest. So here this is a very interesting scene. Because what I think they want to portray here, also he has a weird sword or something. Did you see the hilt there? Lord Father. Yeah, he says soon it will be gone, because I think his plan is to make the sun away. How does he do this? By making Mount Doom explode, in my opinion. And that is why he needs a sword. I assume to control to make the Mount Doom spread explode or so, he maybe needs a sword as a key for it or whatever. Maybe it's kind of a wizard stuff. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a priestress stuff. They look more like cultists or priests or something like that. Also, we heard in the music some strange voices, but I can't tell you what they are saying. It's black speech or something. Hard to tell. It sounds a bit spooky, so I think evil people. I think in the end, she really hoped that more people would stay and fight with her. And then in the end, he was very disappointed half of them left. Spoiler. Also, you see a lot of similar people. And there's a crack on the armor of Arondir. Good old Waldrick. What does he mean with they lived? Film reference? Maybe he means that staying here and fighting would mean death, and basically following this thing of Adar would mean. What I don't understand is, why doesn't Adar say, I don't care about your people, just give me that stupid sword and then I let you go? You know what I mean? They could have just demanded the sword. Like, what's he supposed to do with these people? Like, feed them to the orcs or so? Maybe have more fighters? Very hard to tell. But if you look into the crowd, you'd see a lot of duplicates, so it's digitally enhanced. I assume due to COVID or so. Maybe they couldn't get too many people together on the set. You have to always think that this was filmed during COVID. There we saw also the flying horse. I think it's better for Bronwyn because the people don't like the elves and maybe they listen more to their healer. Here in this scene, if you look closely, you notice that his pen, he's not making a cross there. The cross is already then. It seems it has no ink. But it's just hard to see. Elendil is not happy. Yeah, that is true. They could have duplicated more people in Numenor, so it doesn't look like there's just 12 people living there. What did Isildur do wrong again? Well, his father tried to bring him into the horse guard or whatever it's called, and then something happened and he was kicked out of that. Before that, there was also a thing, maybe the Queen's Guard, I don't know, and was also kicked out of that. Then he brought him to the Sea Guard, and he then decided to also not get into the Sea Guard and to fail his trial that he would... Basically, if he just would have finished his trial, he would be in the Sea Guard already, and his father would be less angry at him. But he basically, all the time he tried to help him, but Isildur always declines. Like, he always noticed, no, that's not what I want to do. It seems like he's a character that has trouble finding his way in life, in a way. And that is kind of an interesting theme, but I feel it's underdeveloped, sadly, in the previous episodes. But here, this is the first time where I feel it makes sense. Like, he brought him to the Sea Guard, and he on purpose failed the trial and got 2 of his friends kicked out. And of course, his father is not happy with that. Especially, he basically asked somebody, hey, here, I have this son. He's up for the task. He had to convince people, basically put his name on the line, and his son basically did not do this. You know what I mean? It's just, you can kind of understand his anger. And also the Sea Master noticed that he did fail the trial on purpose as well. That's the worst part of it. Like, he knows he could have done it, but he decided not to. Also, here we see he has a crest, the forging quest thing on his shoulder. Edda is her name. That's an interesting name for a woman in Numenor. Galadriel form. Halbrand's also not happy. Yeah, here she says it. Never occurred to me that he handed me over for a guild crest. So here we get the idea. Why does he have a guild crest now? Because he told in the prison scene in the last episode, I think, that Galadriel goes to the father of Miriel, which Miriel probably could have foreseen either way, but probably not Pharazôn. And yeah, I assume for saying that to Pharazôn, he said, okay, I tell you where she goes, you give me the guild crest and let me out here. And that is how he was freed and got this guild crest at the same time. No, Adar is not Theo's father, I don't think so. Easy in the dark. Here we see like a reference to this. It reminds me of the head of the statue in the Lord of the Rings films. You know what I mean? It's not the same though. It's somewhat similar to the statues we have, to the ruins we have seen in Tir Harad. But something seems to be different for the Half-Orcs as well. I like how Sadok says here, no, I can't do that. But yeah, Malva is a terrible being. In that regard. Zadok is not. I kind of like that portrayal here. What is it, Beorn? That would be a funny idea. Like he can change into a Beorn. He's still in hospital, I think. Cut running, I think. Yeah, that's the cut to the running. It seems like stuff is different than it was before. It's very bare, and some evil seems to be here in this region for whatever reason. Including these wolves or walks or proto-walks or whatever you want to call them. Though it can't be whatever. Walks also existed in the First Age, I think. I like how Nori just tries to get a weapon. Like, she really is desperate. Also turns out that the stranger is pretty strong. And now it's shockwave time. I kind of like the shockwave a lot. Yeah, they look better than the Chihuahua walk. Now something happened to his arm. Maybe it's a bruise because he hit it on the ground so hard. He does not look like it hurts or so. That is interesting, this quote. The stone giants of the Northwolds? Also like how they speak Quenya, so the others might not understand what they are saying. What I like about this, I think. Stab, twist, gut. This thrust attack, I would call it, that he just did, I think Valandil is, I think his name, also does at the end. Let's keep this in mind and look out for that. Gandalf could fight a Balrog without his staff in Lord of the Rings for 20 days because it bursted when he destroyed the bridge or made the crack into it in the books, so it would not make sense that he needs his staff to cast magic. What here we notice that Halbrand is also there. Maybe because the smithy is there, and that is where the weapons were made. But it makes, as somebody pointed out in chat, Numenor feel very small. Like, is there only one smithy in Numenor or in Armenilos? Like, in the books there are hundreds of thousands, even maybe millions of people living on Numenor. At some point, at least. Makes it always feel a bit small. I like, though, like the use of environment a bit here. Some people hate the fight choreography here or the fighting. But I also thought it was decent. It's not Jet Li fighting, I don't know, some bad guys in a martial arts film, but here's the... Is it here? No, it's not yet here. But no, here's he hit her. And wasn't that like the thrust attack she showed him? Oh, she's not Jet Li. You have to keep that in mind. Yeah, only men are able to do the catapult jump. This is also an interesting scene. I like that. Like, he's looking at maps that I find very interesting. This scene is pretty cool. Everybody knows, okay, we are leaving. I just find this a pretty cool scene. Also, Kemen looks like, oh no, I'm in trouble. Here we learn that Medial is his cousin. I like this scene because it shows the ambition of him. We see the potentially coastline of what's it called? Middle Earth. This is also interesting. He's probably not wrong. He says like Kala and Envignata, which means to heal, to renew. If you would say A Envignata, it would mean the imperative, I think. But I don't hear the R sound. Mentioned in some books because Tolkien uses for the Arda healed term. Arda Envignanta, I think it is. Color, light. I don't understand that one. Color? Envignata. It's kind of strange what's going on there. The question is, did he generate ice, or did he just absorb the temperature? What's interesting that she Noria usually has no fear, but now she kind of fears him and just. This gaze is kind of, I don't know, it has something dark about it, I feel. Mr. Freeze in Batman. You want to say a shower, I think, maybe. I'm not sure. Pretty. Like, I like the payoff of that scene. Question is still, who are the other people there? Here we have another time skip. So he suspects already that he was sent there due to finding out more about Mithril. Apocryphal. Perivel means half-elven, that's the elvish word for it. It's in the Misty Mountains, that's so strange to me. There is no lost Silmarillion. That's the triggering part about this thing. I definitely see why they are maybe trying to connect it, because the Silmarillion is connected to the light, and the Silmarillion can burn the evil. One side an elven warrior. How does Piers Manwe? His light. What does this mean, his light? Now it gets hit by light. Now the other two are gone. We don't know what happens to them. Interestingly, Mithril was invented only for Lord of the Rings. Around about 1939. I looked it up. Now we come to the decay part of the story. And the whole story is strange. Like, it makes in no context any sense. But he also says, like, the story itself is already not canon. And he says that some claim that the Silmarillion was in the tree for whatever reason. But it sounds like it's not part of the story. It's just an interpretation of from outside with the Silmarillion. Still, it does not make really sense to be on the Misty Mountains if it's a First Age story, because there were no elves and Balrogs there really in the First Age, I feel. It's just there due to have an explanation for it. And then it also, in later versions, like from the 60s, it existed on Numenor, for example. So did Numenor also have an elven warrior and a Balrog fighting, and then the lightning struck it? Makes very little sense. And if he believes this, why did he send Galadriel away? You know what I mean? Like, that makes no sense for me. Like, he has a fighter who wants to fight Sauron, who believes in the darkness coming back, and he sends her away, and then he says, yeah, we'll come back. That seems strange to me. I guess you could argue the decay he did not see at this point, when Galadriel, like, he saw the fallen leaf when Galadriel was already on the ship. This is also fantastic transition. We see him looking at the star, and then cut to the statue of his father, seeing the star of his father. It's one of my favorite transitions here in this episode. I like that a lot. Like, pretty awesome. The statue of Eärendil and the star of Eärendil then in Numenor. But also the realm of his half-brother. Like, it's really connected to Elrond. I like this beautiful shot there. I mean, even when he talked to Elrond, he said something like, I think Galadriel might be right, but if we just poke the wasp nest, or whatever you call this in English, then you maybe get into trouble. So he sent her away to maybe or to further, but it makes no sense because he should know if Sauron is there and if there's evil, it won't just die or stop doing what it does. Und Tamo. There's like 3. It's kind of interesting to see. Here they play with him sneaking up on the ship, but it's not him, it's Kemen. Kind of interesting. But yeah, even his friends think, okay, Isildur, maybe you abandoned a few times too many that people have trouble giving you a chance and putting their name on. Like other people might have deserved this much more than him. So I feel like this episode explored Isildur much, much better in this context than previous stuff. Like suddenly characters make a little bit more sense. Because previously they were still too underdeveloped, and now the development starts a bit better. Like a Ring, for instance. I would even say his kingdom, like Gondor later. Like he goes to war for Gondor. He also saves the White Tree a few times later. Also sacrificing almost his life for it. There's definitely a development that Isildur has to go through. Well, that was the wrong direction. And this now is the weirdest scene of all, I feel. Like, you could argue it kind of makes sense. I don't know. Probably they had a good time. It's a rum. He was in a fishing boat? He's in a fishing boat. And 2 people swim from an exploding and burning ship. And people believe them? I mean, okay, Kemen is the son of Farazon, of the Chancellor. Yeah. And a passing brigade. So some in the German translation it says some robbers. Is this robber? I think it is. I'm not sure if it's wine. I'm not sure what it is, to be honest. It's strange. Well, we don't have Father's Blessing. It's some strong wine. It's rum, of course. Yep. Maybe it's liquid for the brakes of the ship or something like that. So he gave the mithril to Celebrimbor, that he could analyze it and maybe verify if the claims of Gil-galad are true, that mithril also can help them. And he also knew that why he was sent there. Who's we? Enough to saturate every last elf in the light. So I assume every elf get like what do you call it? A necklace or so with mithril, and then he's good to go. I find this so constructed that it's next spring and so on. Maybe it's a lie of whoever, of Sauron maybe. But here Elrond is now, like, they set up Elrond to have like a tough decision. Which is possible that he have seen Eärendil set sail. That's why he sailed. He wanted to convince the Valar. They're not gods, though. Some people complained about that. So Elwing asked him to not go. I'm not sure if she did. I guess she was definitely not happy that her husband went on this dangerous missions. But nobody survived before him. And interestingly, Eärendil could not do it without Elwing. Elwing had to come on his ship. She was transformed into a seabird and flew over to his ship, and then, together with the Silmaril, they were allowed to enter the continent of Aman. Timbo also pointed out that this use of the broom, is that the name? Besen? What is it? Yeah, broom. It's very suspicious. In this scene, we have like a lot of more understanding we get for both of the characters' motives, I feel. Yeah, at least Bilbo Baggins claims that the ship of Eärendil was made out of mithril. So there's another reference for mithril. But Bilbo Baggins could be unreliable. Now we cut to this scene, and he narrates, you don't know how I survived, what I have to do. And now we see the people that surrendered and accepted the offer of Adar. I assume he did the same thing. That's why we should see it here. So they are basically go into allegiance of Adar, and maybe either he also is an allegiance of Adar, or Maybe of Sauron. Or he is Sauron himself. It's basically not news. We knew that Galadriel is obsessed with this part. I'm not sure. I don't think Adar is Sauron at all. Yeah, the actor is great. I think also the actor that plays Valdrek also Waldrek also plays it pretty well. You are Sauron, are you not? That's like the fourth wall breaking almost. Like the question the viewer has. It seems like he is not, though. I like the scream of him. I can kind of understand him though, and it's not clear if he died or not. Maybe he just needs that just to be a small cut, and he is not dead. Maybe he killed him. It's hard to tell. Now we learn a bit about this sword, finally. Yeah, he's a great actor. But I don't think the other actors are bad either, to be honest. Like, I think the acting performance is not the problem of the show. And here we see this weird blade and like, I don't know. It seems like the tower has some connection to this. And we can read, like, in the Amazon description, that this tower they are standing in was originally created by the people who served Morgoth, and that the elves just used it later as a watchtower. And that the tower originally also has some stuff from the first age in it, like some dark power or so. It's interesting that Bronwyn now makes like this 180-degree turn, but after like so many people left, and always seeing like the army there, and now they also have this sword here, which she knows that the evil enemies, every one of them is looking for it. It does look grim for her, so maybe she thinks it's better to survive. It's maybe the better way to go with this. Here we get an interesting hint of what they might do, though. She talks about the tower falling on them or something like that. Good point by Arondir. And now shot to the tower and we see it crumbling a little bit. And she's also looking up. I assume that is what they want to do, like pulling down this tower on the enemy or so. See, there's some stones falling down already, so it seems like it's not that... There we saw the ram that they had in, probably to open the door. I don't blame her though. I think I find it not unrealistically. Like, what are the chances to if you see this army to do? Like, it's very reminiscent, of course, of the Hornburg and the battle there. Also, like, I almost dropped the table there. That's a payoff, by the way, for this whole table scene. And this is a Gimli look. I love it. These I wanted a new table for all the years. The elf must be pretty strong to carry this table, like, to Khazad-dûm like this. Gollum's quote from the Peter Jackson films, though the scene is referenced in, based on the books. And this I find very remarkable, that Elrond is honest here to Durin. I like that a lot. A lot of conflicts, especially in films and shows, could be resolved if people would just talk to each other, which is exactly what Elrond does here. Technically, he's not. They should have explained this better. I think what he means is that their spirit will consume their body, so they will lose their body, and then their soul might dwindle because they are not complete without body. They will fade. That is kind of a problem for the elves. That's what they're referencing here, I assume, with this decay. And it exists in Tolkien's universe, but it takes longer. Like, next spring is, in my opinion, not a very... Like, it's simply too urgent for this mechanic in Tolkien's universe, if that makes sense. I like how Dude enjoys this. Then. I don't know. I like him. I like that a lot. What jokes were vulgar? Maybe they don't take a I don't think it's a crude joke though. I liked what Durin did here. He played Gil-galad quite a bit. I'm not sure if Gil-galad noticed or not. Interestingly, Gil-galad is eavesdropping, like he's listening to this. So now he knows that the table stuff is probably not true, but I guess he doesn't care about that. See, here he probably listened to them, what they were saying. No, I don't think he is completely absurd here. You can kind of understand him. And now the moment has come where Halbrand has to decide what to do. Their fear does not really fade in a way, you are right, but it's not a pleasant state to be in for an elf if he is without a body. It just takes a long time for this to happen, but there's some theories that, for example, that they might become phantoms or something like that. Yeah, well, Gil-galad was also not very diplomatic, and he was scheming. And he was like implying, oh, I noticed the dwarves are doing stuff. How is that possible? What's going on there in Khazad-dûm? Can you tell me? And he tried to shift the mood. I thought it was quite diplomatic, to be honest. Because it shifted the dialogue into a different direction without revealing too much. And you got a table out of that. I felt like that was a pretty cool scene, to be honest. I don't know. I can see why people might dislike it. I like this scene. For me, it made a lot of sense. Because he's his friend, and he said the truth to him. Because it makes no sense, JP, when he would... Yeah, why would he then go to Durin and says, yeah, basically I came to you for Mithril, but I didn't know. But it doesn't matter if he did know or not. He said the truth, but he wasn't, from his perspective, not aware of that. And so, you could argue, what's so bad about the elves knowing about Mithril? He earned mine, same as you. The question is how. Kind of a bummer for Udo. Yeah, exactly. He tells him he came for ambition, but it was not his ambition. It was the ambition of Gil-galad, and he didn't know that that was the idea why he was sent to Eregion. And I believe Elrond really didn't know that because if he would have sent with the knowledge that he should go to Khazad-dûm, Celebrimbor admitted that he also knew about this. So why send him to Eregion? Gil-galad could have sent him directly to Khazad-dûm. It makes no sense this way. No, I disagree with you, JP, here completely. I'm on Elrond's side with that. I think that's not... Oh, I see it. By the way, we see the bow of the green bow of Returnal on behind Elendil. So nice that we have this tradition. Also a bell. But Elrond didn't directly break it, I feel. Because Gil-galad knew already that there is something in the Misty Mountains. The question is, have the dwarves found it? And Elrond did not reveal that what he has found, how the dwarves have found it. They did not, for example, he did not reveal that the dwarves have this method of singing to find basically mithril in the mountains, stuff like this. Like they're how do I stop that? Okay, so this was basically the episode. Let me just see where my production is. So we should be, from my perspective, we are now on the credits. So I can stop the thing here. Yeah, it's more Gil-galad who is stupid. Like, Gil-galad already knew there is mithril in the Misty Mountains because he says, recite this song to me, so he has to know it. He suspected it was there. And then he counted, if you suspect that mithril is in the Misty Mountains, and you know the dwarves are in the Misty Mountains, and you see them being more active and I don't know what, then he maybe had the suspicion, okay, the dwarves might have found it. And all he wanted to know is, did they really find it? What are they planning to do with this? What is their exact plan? What is going on, etc. And this Elrond did not reveal. Of course, you could argue he said, I swore an oath to not reveal anything. But let's say that from the perspective of Elrond not knowing if they found mithril or not, and if he would have been asked, Elrond, did they find mithril? He would have said, I have sworn an oath to not reveal the secrets of the dwarves. Yeah, like it would be the same answer in my opinion. It doesn't change too much. You can, of course, you can interpret by saying that he swore an oath. He revealed it, but we only see it this way because we know they have found mithril. But let's assume they would not have found mithril yet. And he would have given this answer. Would he have broken this oath in this moment? I don't think so. I think the only thing which is maybe questionable is that he shows mithril to Celebrimbor. But on one side, he already knew that Gil-galad also suspects mithril in the Misty Mountains and assumes that the dwarves have found it already. And he's just sent there for the confirmation. Now, it's complicated to explain. He didn't reveal the secrets of the dwarves to neither Gil-galad nor to Celebrimbor. He just showed Celebrimbor the material to make sure. Like, he needed the information. If that makes sense. Oh, Reflective Rambling is here. Welcome, nice to see you. Yeah, pretty much, well. Well, it doesn't change how I look at Gil-galad. It's simply different from the books how he's portrayed here in the show, but that doesn't make the take away from the books, in my opinion. But I also don't like that Gil-galad is scheming so much behind the back of Elrond and all the others. I think the biggest problem for me is less that he's what he said to Gil-galad. The biggest problem, where I would say, yeah, maybe there he broke his oath, is when he showed Mithril to Celebrimbor. We have some words, at least not a dialogue, but some words of Gil-galad we have from the Unfinished Tales, where he writes a letter to Tar Mineldur of Numenor to suggest an alliance. And we have the wording from this letter. Yeah, it's really strange that Gil-galad and Celebrimbor are scheming behind their back, behind Elrond's back, for whatever reason. I have to be very careful here, to be honest. Let me just see. Yeah, they deceived Elrond. They were not honest why they sent him to, like, Gil-galad and Celebrimbor both knew, and they manipulated him kind of with their plans and so on to bring him to Numenor, to Khazad-dûm, to get stuff up. What's up, robot men? Where are the polls? We already did some polls at the beginning of the stream, so they are definitely there. Well, he knew after Gil-galad watched the dialogue between Elrond and Durin. Here, he is listening, so I guess maybe he now knows. If that makes sense. But yeah, I'm still not 100%. Like, maybe we have to look into what was the exact wording of Elrond. That's probably the most interesting question. It was in episode 4, I think. I'm just listening to the scene, so in case you wonder. So he said he should not tell anyone, basically, about what he's going to tell him. Okay, he tells him that Disa detected it during a routine gold seaming. Detected a new ore. Harder than iron. Let me just see. Okay, so it's dangerous to mine. Grey glitter. Okay. And new writers. Next season has new director. I disagree with you, Excellion, there that he's I would say he's maybe a bit naive, but it's I wouldn't say he's weak. I don't see the weak part. Like, it takes definitely some balls to go to Durin and talk about him like that. But yeah, the question is, he should not talk about the secrets. The strange thing is that I assume Elrond, Celebrimbor, and Gil-galad knew already about it. So he didn't tell them any news. Like, I wouldn't say he broke his oath in regards to Gil-galad. And he didn't know that he was sent there to confirm the existence of or that the dwarves have found it. And he didn't reveal that to either Celebrimbor nor to Gil-galad. The problem is they suspect already that, like, they already suspect that the dwarves have found Mithril. As a result, if at the moment he shows Mithril to Celebrimbor, he knows, like, Celebrimbor knows that the dwarves must have found it. But they don't know the exact problematic. Like, the dialogue was a lot about that it's dangerous to mine and how they found it. And this Elrond did not reveal, which we could say the elves are also not interested in how. They're just interested in if it exists. If that makes sense. And what is further interesting is that I don't fully understand why the dwarves don't celebrate it on their own. Like, the dwarves speak, like, Durin speaks of prosperity and a new era for the dwarves. But of course, it would make sense to trade it with somebody, and the elves might be interested in it. So as a result, why not do this? I guess because it is dangerous to mine for now. This might, of course, lead to the problem that dwarves might die for it because others want it as well, and they need probably more of that as if they would just use it for themselves and keep it a secret. On the other side, the dwarves keep everything secret, even their own language. So that's a strange idea. Yeah, that is true. It seems like I'm not sure of the Forge plan. Like, I'm not sure about the Forge. Maybe. Like, it is strange with the Forge. Like, you have to, this whole plot is very strange in that regard. Let's assume the Forge does not need to be ready in spring. They just used this. They know they would start fading or have to leave Middle-earth if they don't get Mithril until spring. Let's put it that way. Whatever they believe this, which is stupid, I fully agree on this part. Then they used this forge, which was to be built anyway, but probably they had more time with it, to convince Elrond to find, like, to ask the dwarf for help. And this could maybe work. And it also then makes sense that why didn't Celebrimbor ask himself? Because in the dialogue with Elrond, he reveals that he admires the dwarves quite a bit because they're also craftsmen. So, as you see, there's a lot of scheming going on in the background from that. I'm not sure if we will see for that we would have to see the fall of Moria, and we can't see the fall of Moria, in my opinion, until the Rings of Power would be forged. Actually, in the books, of course, it is later. It's happening much, much later. But I don't think so that... I'm not sure why a Balrog is even in the show, to be honest, but I don't hope so. It would make no sense for the Second Age, because the dwarves have to help the elves against Sauron later. I think they wanted to make this forge, but I think the forge wasn't that urgent. What was urgent was finding Mithril, maybe for that forge or whatever. I'm not sure what their plan is. We have very incomplete information on what Celebrimbor and Gil-galad think. And what their exact plan is. But how I see it is that, at least to Gil-galad, he did not break the oath. The weirdest part is definitely if he broke the oath in regard of Celebrimbor. That's the only thing which I would say that is definitely debatable if he kept this. But yeah, as said, I would not blame Elrond as weak. He even says that my own king has deceived me, and that is definitely the far bigger problem. I feel like it's definitely the characterization of Gil-galad and what is going on there. Like, it makes very little sense. But I would not blame it on Elrond. I wouldn't see him as naive. Like, he's his king. Why should not trust Gil-galad? Like, it seems so strange that all of a sudden, hey, Elrond, go there and check out with Celebrimbor. He wants to build a forge. Okay. And then, yeah, I need to build this forge until spring, but I don't have enough workforce, and Gil-galad won't provide it. Okay, then I go and ask the dwarves. You know? And then, but in truth, Celebrimbor and Gil-galad both wanted to bring Elrond on the way to get in contact with the dwarves and basically try to find out what's going on there. But it's pretty un-elven-like for Gil-galad, and for Celebrimbor it kind of makes sense, because he has the ambition of surpassing Feanor. The problem is definitely, or at least reaching Feanor. So he could be blind by his ambition. He could have already have contact with Sauron in some form. Or some sweet little lies, but I'm not sure. However, in my opinion, Elrond, like I said, what I like about this particular scene is definitely that Elrond gets in contact with Durin there and tells him the truth. And that, in my opinion, I don't see as weak at all. Like, if going to somebody and telling him the truth when you maybe screwed up or got screwed up, and you know this maybe might impact the friendship with somebody, I still feel like that is definitely not weak. So I can't agree on that. I think this is how a lot of characters should handle some stuff. We have seen thousands of characters who just keep it then for himself and pretend nothing has happened. That would not be wise. And that would be also not a strong move, in my opinion. Because it often leads to more and more problems. And here, Durin even agrees and says, okay, maybe when the elves need this, maybe we can make a trade or something. We can make, like, something out of this. In addition, Elrond also showed that Durin can trust him in a way. Like, again, it is arguable, like, he did not reveal it to at least Gil-galad, only to Celebrimbor, and he did not know that Celebrimbor and Gil-galad at this point, like when he showed the, like he basically wanted to do, okay, I need an expert who does some kind of scientific testing on this ore here, and he asked him to maybe look into this particular ore. And he didn't reveal that it is mithril or what it is or exactly. He just wanted to know, okay, what are the probabilities of this material? And Celebrimbor confirmed, yes, this has some light in it, and nothing can basically diminish its light. And this whole light symbolism is very important for countering the decay of the elves, if that makes sense. And basically Celebrimbor confirms this. What Elrond did not know, and maybe he asked Celebrimbor in a way, or did not suspect Celebrimbor to know. And then Celebrimbor even starts the dialogue with, I was also not what you call it, sincere with you. Like, he did not tell the truth to Elrond before. It's kind of difficult to break your oath on, like, when there are a lot of lies going on. You know what I mean? It's Elrond also looks a bit disappointed in Celebrimbor. Like, he was not only deceived by Gil-galad, also by Celebrimbor, if that makes sense. Like, he also knew about it. And I would argue, without this knowledge of Gil-galad, without the scheming in the background, Celebrimbor had no chance of, I guess, knowing what was going on exactly, I feel. So even though I agree, like, showing this to Celebrimbor was probably, can definitely be argued, but I feel like Elrond is really dancing on a razor blade and just not trying to tip over to the side, and it's really difficult. But I would not blame Elrond here. That makes sense. Also, welcome, Spielkalt. Nice to see you. Yeah, that's true. Gil-galad noticed that something was going on. No, I don't think they will wipe out the dwarves. That makes no sense. Like, we have 5 seasons. Why would you wipe them out in season 2? You have to write at and then the name of the person. And then the for that person, the name is then highlighted. Like, when I write at your name, you highlight, it should be highlighted. And Elrond definitely knows that breaking an oath is nothing little there. Yeah, let me just see if I find the giving him the thing there. Like, he gave to Celebrimbor off screen the ore. Here we see their hands. We see Celebrimbor's hand holding the ore, and he gives it back to Elrond because, as said, he should look into it and test it. That's at least what the dialogue implies. Maybe I can play this here really quick. And yeah, then they start talking about it. And Celebrimbor basically probably also promised to keep it secret or so. No, we don't know what he's doing though exactly. Yeah, the red the stuff appearing red you only see when you are the person that is addressed. Like if I read at your name, you see it, but I don't see your name highlighted. If that makes sense. And my name is highlighted in chat because I'm the channel owner. Additionally, so people know when I write something in chat that I wrote, the channel owner wrote something. I'm not sure if it has to be like usually in some apps or in the browser there is like an autocomplete functionality. You have to type the first few letters and then it completes it. Oh, no problem. Welcome back, Reflective Rambling. If Aaron said, hey, Celebrimbo, dude, I have this rock for 500 years and always wondered what it was. Can you check it out for me? Yeah, for example, something like that. He could have said to Celebrimbo, I got this, or what is it? Thank you, I just woke up having a problem. No problem. Enjoy your first cup of coffee. And that is, of course, a problem because the show doesn't tell us details like this. Like how Elrond gave Mithril to Celebrimbo happens off screen. We don't see it. We don't know what the exact words were. How he did this. Yeah, exactly. Gil-galad suspected that there was Mithril in the mountain because he knew this legend. And he thought it's only a matter of time until the potentially ambitious dwarves find it in the mountain. And he also noticed that at this dining table scene, which I of course don't find fast now. This dining table scene, he talks to Durin and says, how is it possible that the dwarves are now so ambitious in the mountains and we see like smoke getting up there and so on. So he's suspicious. Okay, he tries to get this information from Durin himself, if that makes sense. But Durin tries to not reveal anything by distracting from it with this whole table story, and at the same time get a nice new table, if that makes sense. It's possible that they filmed it. Maybe we see it in a future director's cut of this season or whatever. Maybe, I'm not sure. Does something like this exist in, I don't know, other shows that you get like a director's cut from it? Like, exists something like this of Game of Thrones or so? Does somebody know in chat? Very curious. Okay, sleep well, Christine. Nice that you were here. Yeah, I could imagine that it would be too expensive if the show is not super popular. So if this show is maybe popular enough, we get maybe other stuff. I heard there was also a scene where Elendil explains to Galadriel why the Númenóreans hate the elves so much, and was cut out from the episode. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this mysterious metal stuff is really strange. I assume he doesn't know that it's some kind of metal or so, but he maybe suspects that, I don't know, if this legend is true, it indicates that in the Misty Mountains there's maybe a material that could help them restore their light, or whatever phrase they might use there. Yeah, and I think in a production like this, like, look at Peter Jackson, how much stuff he filmed and how little in the end was in the theatrical cut. And even in the extended cut, there is not every shot and everything they filmed in it. There are like deleted scenes of, for example, Arwen showing up in Hornburg and so on. So there's so much unreleased footage of that. I would assume in a production like this, they also filmed like a ton of stuff that don't make it into the episode, and maybe would help understand the episodes a bit better. But yeah, it's kind of strange that I agree though that I don't want to defend the idea of the writing, that he has this weird legend that the showrunners just made up, or the writers or whoever, somebody made up this legend and wrote it into the story. And Gil-galad with this stupid, yeah, I've read thousands of texts and pages of lore. I know, I don't know, and I have this weird obscure little song that I read somewhere, and yeah, maybe in the Misty Mountains there's some mysterious metal that can help us out. And I see the dwarves also working very hard these days there from outside by looking at the mountain, and they for sure have found something. Like, I agree, that is stupid, to be honest. I completely agree. I don't want to defend that. It's really stupid writing, in my opinion, but that seems to be how he knows about it. No, that's true. Sometimes also the lighting or the sound or whatever, some scenes doesn't work or so, then it has to be cut. It's also this. I'm not sure how it was exactly. Like, it could be that the explanation theme also didn't work out too well, and then, or maybe it I don't know, it got lost. I don't know. I forgot what the story was behind it. Maybe somebody in chat knows. But this Elendil explains why the Numenorians hate the elf scene. Was then had to be replaced by the horse slow-mo scene. So that's why we got these horse slow motion stuff there. I think Elrond could have won the. I think Elrond lost on purpose in this ritual, and maybe Durin knows that he lost on purpose or so. He looked very relieved when Elrond gave up. Yeah, that's a very good way of phrasing it. Like, the show could be so awesome, but it keeps just failing in so many ways that it just becomes not so awesome as it could be. Sometimes flat out bad or mediocre. That's the problem. I'm not sure if it was to cut cost though. Could not unsee Purnam and Horsey, yeah. Moving on. Yeah, probably we should move on. But I think I still like what they did in these scenes with Elrond. I don't like what they did with Gil-galad. That's my conclusion. Like I'm on your side on that. Like the way I imagined Gil-galad was very different. And I feel like we still have incomplete information on the motives of Gil-galad, but he seems very unelven, very, like, I don't know, too much of a schemer. And it's not cool lying to your herald and not inviting him to your meeting so he doesn't know. No, why don't... And we had this discussion last times. Why would he lose something? Because then he might have a boon and could have this. The dwarves would have helped Elrond building, or Eregion building this tower. If Elrond wins, he can ask of Durin, "Hey Durin, you have to build this tower for the Eregion people, or to bring this proposal to the king," and he accepts maybe and helps the elves, if that makes sense. But in the way that he loses, Elrond decides not for the boon, but he decides for the friendship, because he knows Durin very well. Like, Elrond is portrayed as a character who's usually really good at understanding not all the characters. Like, he did not expect that Gil-galad would deceive him. That surprised Elrond a lot. Same with Celebrimbor. But he definitely understands a lot of the other characters, like Durin. He knew if Durin wins this in a very close competitive battle, and was pretty close, like you definitely saw the relief on Durin's face when the competition was over. Let me just see if I find it. Of course not. Found it. Now you definitely see, he is kind of relieved that he has to not smash another rock and win this competition. As a result, he saves his face in front of the dwarves. Elrond has to endure the laughter and scorn of the dwarves for losing. And then he asks basically Durin to guide him out of the kingdom because he's now banished. And then they talk, and Elrond can work on mending the friendship of both of them. And this way he gets both. He saves the friendship to Durin, which I believe him is important to him. And on the other side, he also gets the help of the dwarves, all in one going. That was diplomatically and well played by Elrond, in my opinion. I don't know. We could not find out if the Durin and Elrond plot part is written by a different writer than the other parts, but I don't know. I'm not sure how the writing stuff is split up, but yeah, it's definitely, as Reflective Remnants had a sign, that Elrond's probably most foresighted and even-headed person in the universe. Aren't we discussing episode 4? No. Haven't we discussed episode 4 already? We're now discussing episode 2, basically. Yeah, that's true. And that we haven't seen a single scene inside of Lindon of a building or so. Definitely very noticeable, I agree. I know, I really like Elrond, to be honest. He works completely for me. I also think the Elrond Durin part is pretty well written as well. It's a read of the Longbeards. I'm not sure. Like, we don't know what is going on with the read. Why or right or whatever it's pronounced. Germany smart. I cannot sleep, but that's very unfortunate. Yeah, the show can still surprise us, that is true. But yeah, as said, Durin is like the prince, and he had made the terms, and he decided to not banish Elrond, and it seems like that is even accepted by the dwarf. So I don't see the overall problem with that. Like, he could, of course, maybe he was banished and then unbanished again. Definitely a possibility. Maybe the dwarves don't take this particular right of Sigil Tarak to not too serious, if that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe they do. So far, it is not addressed and it's not explained enough for us. We just know it exists. And we know what the consequence was. Okay, episode 6 will be the best episode. I could imagine it will be, because I assume in episode 6 the show finally actually starts. No, the dinner was not indoors. It was also in a forest or so. Maybe they have very little buildings in Lindon, just live in the forest. But see, there are just trees there. There's no actual place. It's kind of outside, if that makes sense. Yeah, it was definitely outdoor. Yes, yes. Sigyn Tarach will never mention again. Very likely. Yeah, but it was calculated by Elrond, so in the context of Elrond it made totally sense, and in the context of Elrond it made sense to lose on purpose, I think. Maybe there's also a special rule that if an axe breaks or so, it's then a draw. I don't know what. Wait till it rains. Yeah, probably. That's a good question. Who these other persons on the dining table were? We don't know. Maybe other elven nobles or so that are kind of important. Maybe we learn more about them later. Maybe they were. Maybe, I don't know. This is the wife of Celebrimbor, maybe. We don't know if he had a wife or so, but maybe in the show. Maybe this is the wife of this noble sitting here on the other side. I don't know. Maybe they are just also very important noble elves. I don't know. Yeah, the progression is really not that much. I agree on that. That's definitely, I think, the biggest problem of the show. Yeah, Círdan is a male. He had a beard, so one of the few elves with a beard. I would assume he's male then. Also a male name, I guess. Well, it's not a name. Círdan is more title. It means shipbuilder translated. But his actual name is Norway. Yeah, unlike Dwarf Woman. That's a good point. Any predictions for next episode? I think next episode we will see that Galadriel and the Númenóreans arrive in Middle-earth and start riding to help the people there in the tower. They go to Mordor. They have probably to travel quite a bit to get there. And in the meantime, they are attacked by the orcs and have to defend the tower. I assume that they will use... Let me just see... I assume they will use this tower, because here you see a bit of dust or smoke and some stones crumbling down. I assume when they are on the bridge at some point, they will maybe collapse this tower on them, because this is heavily indicated by the scene, I feel. And this maybe helps them to push them back for some time or so, or buy them more time, or flee from here. Maybe they find another secret way out of this place. I don't know. Maybe they get captured. Who knows? And then at some point the cavalry of Numenor will arrive with Galadriel and Halbrand, and they will hunt down the orcs. And then the king is back, and I don't know what happens then. I assume that I'm not sure how long everything will take there, how many episodes and so on. But I assume that Arondir, Galadriel, and Halbrand and so on, and Bronwyn will meet. And also Miriel, who is also in Middle-earth. And then I assume somehow this blade they have activates Mount Doom at some point still. And this I assume will be in the last episode. And then Mount Doom will break out, and this place will change and become more like the Mordor we know. And I think then we will see a glimpse of Sauron in some form. Maybe Halbrand is Sauron or so. Maybe, I don't know, the Stranger is Sauron, or maybe I don't think Adar is Sauron, but of course that would also be a possibility. Though it would make little sense for a big twist, in my opinion. So I would exclude that. Maybe he's nobody of them is Sauron, and it's just he appears as we know him in this. We have seen him for a glimpse in the first the prologue of the first episode. I don't know, but I think Sauron, we might see a glimpse at him at the end of episode 1, and then we will see what's going to happen. If Halbrand isn't Sauron, that would be quite a twist. I'm not sure. I feel like a lot of characters, like a lot of possibilities are there. There are some that speak for Halbrand, there are some that speak for others. I could imagine that Halbrand is more red herring, and he's not Sauron. But I don't know. Like for Halbrand to work as Sauron, the others can't know that he's Sauron. Or he has to take another form, or this character just vanishes from the show and he takes a different form and looks different after. I don't know. Like Sauron has a lot of possibilities, I feel. And that makes it, of course, kind of difficult to predict. I mean, that Sauron is brought to Numenor at some point as prisoner is in the books. Like in Lord of the Rings, in the appendices, as a note in Appendix B that he's brought to Numenor. But before we come to the Numenor, Sauron in Numenor part, I feel like a lot of other things have to happen first. In this episode, we basically learned that Numenor has no settlements on Middle-earth yet. So I assume those will be established maybe next season. I don't know. Yeah, maybe somebody uses his name, but I don't think that Adar is like it. You can interpret it like this because we know that usually people just simply don't say Sauron's name. Like nobody would dare to say Sauron. I feel like the show makes it a bit too easy in this context. They would maybe use some of his other names to refer to him. But I think so far only Galadriel calls him Sauron and Waldrick calls him Sauron. I'm not sure if anybody else is saying this name. Yeah, that's true. 3 rings have to be given to Númenórean nobles in some form. But it could happen like on Middle Earth when they have these settlements there. I wouldn't say it's explicitly stated. I would more say it's implied. But yeah, here and let me just add a marker here. I don't have one for that. Pharazôn looks at maps. But yeah, here in this scene, we see like he's looking at maps, and when he talks to his son, he says basically, "We help those low men, as he calls him, out and bring them back their king. Then we have their gratitude, and then we can exploit that to also maybe establish settlements and so on Middle Earth, and get like trade going and get ores and riches from them and expand basically." Like Pharazôn sees this as a big opportunity there to help this man out. And that is why why his sword is pretty much going to the same direction as Miriel, but it's not identical. And yeah, that makes kind of sense for Pharazôn in my perspective from his ambition. And they just establish it like of course originally it's not Pharazôn who established these settlements, but in the show it will be him, because I think the whole Númenor section will be compressed into Pharazôn, Miriel, and friends in their timeline, while in the books it all happens spread out through thousands of years due to many, many different kings and so on. But I feel like this is implied by the scene, that they don't have this trade going yet, that they don't have, maybe they have an outpost there, but why would they have so few ships if they have an outpost to worry about? And they said in another episode, when Galadriel appears, that they have not went to Middle Earth for a long time. So I assume we are very early in the Second Age still. I mean, not even Mordor is taken by Sauron yet. No, I don't think it's treason to bring back an elf in a way. Like, Miriel speaks of it, but Elendil did not think of it as treason, but just helping people in need that are shipwrecked on the sea. And that is, in my opinion, a very fair thing to do. I don't think that the falling... I think you put too much emphasis into this right, or whatever it's pronounced. Like, what is it, right or is it read? Let me just look it up. Like we discussed this now for so long, and we discussed this last time too. Right. Okay, it's right, not read. In German, it's I don't know. It comes from the same word as ritual, I think. Ritus or we say ritus or rite? Question. Yeah, I think usually ritus. Or ritual in German. Whatever, it doesn't matter too much. But it's like an invention of the show. We don't know the exact outline of this, if that makes sense. And we don't know what influence like Durin or Prince would have on this. If he could, for example, lift a banishment directly after it being applied and so on. That's a good question. I mean, the Far East, or the East at least, we saw a little bit with the Hobbit. They seem to be close to Rune now, which is kind of surprising to me. And the Far South, I would imagine we see the Far South, because at some point, I would be surprised if we won't see the Far South, like Umbar or so. I would imagine we will see Umbar in the show, but we don't know. I don't think in season 1, maybe later. I was also hoping to see Umbar and Pelargir and so on. 3 episodes are left, so I don't think we will see too much different locations introduced. The show already has a lot of pacing issues anyway. They should maybe keep more setup keep some setup for next season. Instead of pumping all of it into season 1, that would make no sense. Yeah, the cultists are also found interesting, but I don't know what the deal with them is. But they were where the meteor impacted. And we know the meteor impacted where the Harfoots lived. So, something like that. I would assume they just sail around the island with their ships and surroundings. That's why they don't have many ships. Maybe they are looking that, I don't know, nobody enters Numenor without their knowledge. I mean, Numenor is it's not a small place, so maybe they need some ships to get from one haven to another in Numenor, maybe from west coast to the east coast and so on. I mean, I definitely get your point. If they don't have anywhere to sail, why would they have ships? But I guess having 5 ships is okay. Yeah, the Edain once took part, or we assume took part in the War of Wrath in the First Age. a long time from the Numenorean could be like, we could be 1,000 years into the Second Age. 1,000 years is still a long time, of course, but not as far into the Second Age as the whole Numenorean plot conclusion, which is like Miriel is born 3,100. So I think we are Second Age 1,000. That is roundabout, I think, when the first season plays. What I could imagine, like, let's assume what might happen at the end of this season. Let's say they manage to maybe defeat Adar and the orcs, but then Sauron comes, activates this mountain, Mount Doom, and turns Mordor again into this hellish wasteland. Then maybe the people that lived there have no place to go, and maybe they take the Numenoreans, now help those people resettle at the coastlines outside of Mordor. Maybe, I don't know, Pelagir and so on. Like, just imagine they just say, okay, you help us building a settlement and we help you out. Something like that. You know what I mean? I mean, it's the amount of people living there is relatively small, it seems, but I don't know. Maybe they use them for settlement stuff and they have to leave Mordor at some point. Now with Rohan is, of course, that it would appear, I'm not sure if this is in this context, but it appears much later. Like, the foundation of Rohan is like 2,700 Third Age or so. So, like, I don't know, almost 6,000 years later. Maybe 5,000 years later. Yes, it's a difficult question if Umbar already existed before the Numenoreans took Umbar and made it their settlement, basically. But yeah, as you rightfully say, we haven't seen any big Numenorean big places of men yet, which is kind of strange. But I assume they could exist somewhere. Maybe in the south we could see like places of the Haradrim, maybe even further in the east. Also, they could just populate their settlements with the local people and help them out, and for that they basically get tribute, get ores, get materials, and so on. We know that a big part of the Numenoreans getting to Middle-earth was that they needed wood for their ships and for their building efforts on Numenor, and so they just basically started cutting down a lot of trees. Londyre would also be like a place for that. You have to keep in mind, even in the books, the Numenoreans returned to Middle-earth, I think the first time, Second Age 600, or was it 700? Something like that. Very close to, if we are 1,000, to the point we are. in an overall context of the length of the Second Age, of course, 400 to 300 years is still a long time. Okay, it's much later, just theorizing. Okay, got that. Like, it's really hard to tell how many people there live in Mordor at this time, like in the Southlands as they are called here. As said, the tower that we have seen there was already built in the First Age. That is definitely not really confirmed. I mean, you could be, of course, they could just make stuff up. But like the tower looks old, and we know Barad-dûr was built, I think, I'm not sure when it was mentioned in the books the first time. Let me just look it up. I'm not even sure if it is mentioned in Appendix B, to be honest. Yeah, he starts building it in the year 1000 in the Appendix B, and it's completed in the year 1600 of the Second Age. So it should not have existed before. And it's also at the wrong place. Like, we know where the tower is. Like, Barad-dûr, I think, should be somewhere here, right? And Tir Harat is the tower of Ostiris that we see is here in this corner on this mountain range. So it's closer if we look at the map to Kiris Ungol. But it's definitely not where Barad-dûr will be built. I guess what makes it look old is that it crumbles already, as we learn in this scene. And in addition, there is, like, on the Amazon page, I mean, you could argue that's kind of a stupid argument, but there are some little text boxes with additional information, and it basically says it was built in the First Age. It was not built by the elves, but in the First Age by the men who followed Morgoth. And as a result, it must be, if this is 1000 years in the past, it must be old. Yeah, it's possible that we might see Shelob. She was in Mordor even before Sauron came to Mordor, interestingly. Yeah, we also didn't see Ungoliant, even though she is at least mentioned. I would rather didn't Shudder. Why would all do that to me? Yeah, I would say definitely Shelob in the films looked really, in the Peter Jackson film, looked really scary. I have to agree. Only in Shadow of War she becomes a Gothic lady. I don't want to add any spiders, I hate them. Well, not the first. You mean the German translation? I have not watched it in German, to be honest. I think I have just a few scenes I checked how it is in German. And it's acceptable, but you definitely notice a difference. And I mean, I said it before, the dwarves are very secretive, for example, about their language. So they learn the languages of other folks to converse with them. So that is why the dwarves speak Elvish and speak also the managed languages. And because of that, it makes completely sense to give them a strong accent, because they have to learn all those languages, even though you could argue Tolkien described that they were very good at learning languages and maybe could speak them without an accent. I still like the idea that they have some form of distinguishable dwarven accent. I just think it's a cool idea in this context. And like in German, there is no accent at all, which is a bit unfortunate, but also would be strange at the same time. I make my husband to kill spiders the second I see them. Tough life for spiders. In your household. That's an interesting question, reflective rambling. Basically, what would I change to the series? I would definitely make Gil-galad less unlikable, and I also would make Galadriel less unlikable. I would have cut out her complete detour over the ocean. I would cut out that if I would make changes to this existing story. I would completely cut out Galadriel's ocean detour and just make her be sent to Numenor directly as a diplomat. Make her maybe a little bit more diplomatic in the show than she is now, but not fully developed yet. Like not as good as Elrond on that regard. And even though that could be criticized, but I feel like it makes sense for her to, if I want her as a main character, to have some character development for her. Maybe she has like to learn this stuff a little bit better in Numenor and find out what is going on there. And yeah, that she would land less in prison then, and would maybe convince the Numenorians faster to help her, and then from that, I don't know where to go. On an overall context, I would maybe do a Third Age series instead of a Second Age series with this little material they have. I feel like a Third Age show would make more sense with only Lord of the Rings and Hobbit available, instead of going for the Second Age. Even though it's interesting, but without the rights, that would be unfortunate. No genocide, the half. Okay, that's maybe a bit excessive. I would maybe introduce. I'm not sure how the role of the stranger is important for the first season at all. Let's pretend it's not. I would maybe have introduced the Harfoots or Fellowhides or whatever I would have called them instead, or Sturs. I would maybe have introduced them in the second season, and then focus more on Galadriel, Arondir, and Elrond, and then later also at the Harfoots when some of these storylines might merge. No, I'm not completely sold on Galadriel going to Numenor. Just like it would be a pretty big change from the story they are telling. Like I read this question like, what little change would you do to the show to like? Of course, maybe if like the question was not if you could make a show of the with a budget. Maybe that was a question. I just read it wrong. But the question was not if I could make my own show, what plot would I show to you? Because you know what I mean? It was more about what would I change to the existing show, if that makes sense. And I feel like in this show they have to send Galadriel to Numenor. If I would make a show, I would definitely have Galadriel live in Eregion. But you are of course right. I was very vocal, or not vocal, about her not sending to Numenor. And I would still say she would maybe fit better in other places. But the problem with sending her to Eregion is then that you have too many characters there. Then maybe you have to send Elrond to Numenor or so. You have to get, if you want to connect their story to the Middle-earth part, which I think is very difficult to do if you think about it. Also, when I didn't know when the show played. Like when I saw Isildur, Elendil, and so on in the show, and Miriel and Pharazôn, then I assumed that the show would play late in the Second Age. And of course, in my opinion, elves would not have come to Numenor in the late Second Age. But if the show only plays 1,000 years into the Second Age, then in theory, elves could have visited Numenor from Middle-earth. That kind of would work. Yeah, that's probably a good point. If they just would have developed only exclusive characters as main cast, like new characters, to the show that they invented, and maybe make them meet some of the other existing characters in the show. Maybe that would have been smarter as well. Maybe tell a smaller story then. The question is, in this particular format of this show, how it exists, what else could you do with Galadriel? And I think you can't send her to Khazad-dûm. Else you would have to change her character completely. She otherwise would not work with Khazad-dûm. You could keep her in Eregion, but then you have to make Eregion a bigger place. But currently Eregion exists out of one room where Celebrimbor eats cake. That's all there is with that. So I feel like for this particular format, the only way you could deal with Galadriel and implement her into the main story that they have set up so far is to send her to Numenor. I don't see another way for her. Yeah, that's true. They still have a lot of plot to develop until the year 1600. That's why I don't see that we see the creation of the Rings of Power. Maybe the start of it, but not the start of the creation of the Lesser Rings or something like that. But I don't see the Rings of Power fully developed in season 1. We have 3 episodes left. That is like a monumental moment in the lore of the Second Age. And I feel like they would need more time for that than 3 episodes. one episode is fighting in Mordor, at least. So we have 2 episodes for that left. I'm not sure if we will see that. Very curious, though, where this show will go in the next 3 episodes, I have to admit. Yeah, jumping out of a boat was one of the worst ways. Not sure if they want to recruit him. I have no idea what these strange priestesses want to do with the stranger, why they are looking for him. Maybe they think it's Morgoth or something like this. Let's pretend the cultists are Morgoth cultists, or whatever you want to call them. Is there a text box for them? That would be cool. No, I don't have the information here. It makes complete sense. Like, Nerd of the Rings has basically said that he has some names not names but descriptions on these characters, and one he said was the aesthetic. One, I forgot the other what he said, but something like that. I only know the names of the actresses here, but we don't have any further information when I look at these scenes. But Bridie Sisson was right, that is the actress of Feminine or Nazgul. No, there's no information there in this scene, at least for me. It has to be that episode 8 will have a climax and a cliffhanger. I definitely think they will do some fighting. I think they will the outbreak of will this? I'm not sure what the cliffhanger is. I think the revelation of Sauron might be the cliffhanger of episode 8. Or will they worship the stranger? I mean, they also look for the star constellation stuff. Let me just see. Like, here on this, we see a star constellation. I'm not sure if this is the, like, if you turn this around, it could be like a bell or something like this. But I don't see the exact star constellation we have seen so far. It looked a bit different, I felt. Like, I don't really recognize this particular star constellation here. But it's interesting that they also seem to have some connection to the stars, but I don't know what it means. Yeah, it could be anything, that is true. But I'm really curious what is going on. Like, We have seen Adar a bit, and they explained this guy also a little bit. But it's really difficult. I find it still very interesting that this helm looks like praying hands, if that makes sense. Who could they pray to? That is the biggest question I have. We see some symbols here, maybe an eye or so, and something written, which I don't know which writing system that is. I assume it's the same symbol. He must be using some kind of command console. I find it strange that one of them could teleport. That I found quite unusual, I have to admit. Okay. What if, interesting detail, I'm not sure if it's true. What if she's not looking for the stranger, but for the hobbits, for whatever reason? Because look, here we see a big footprint, and here we see a small footprint of a hobbit, which is pretty cool. And I would argue this is also a small footprint, and not a big that she's looking. If she would look for the stranger, she maybe would look for the big footprint, if that makes sense. But this also looks like one of the smaller ones, but I could be wrong. Also, somebody had to make these footprints, which is pretty cool, I think. Did I miss a teleportation? Yeah, well, I can't show you the scene. Let's see if I can make it somewhat work here. I probably can't make it work. But yeah, in one shot, we see this woman here. I think she is the ascetic. And in the next shot, we are here. And it also, we hear strange mystical sound if you look to the scene. So it feels like she teleports. Like at the beginning, she's standing up here, and then a moment later, she's standing down there. I can't give you the proper transition. And yeah, they're not elves. They definitely have human ears. Like she's one moment she's standing here, and the next moment she's standing here. You know what I mean? It seems like she teleports. It's not a complaint. I just found it strange. It's not a complaint about editing. I find it more like. Do you think she like could teleport like in real? Because they added the sound to it. You know what I mean? When you listen to the scene, there's like some distinguished sound design below when we see her appearing here. Maybe to express like, oh, surprise, now she's here. Or is it like an actual sound of some ability she has? I found that very strange. The ball looks like Galadriel's mirror. I read the theory, which I also found very interesting. Like, often we kind of wonder how Elrond, how Gil-galad knows so much, and some suggested that he has this particular thing here with water in it. Maybe that is the mirror of Galadriel or a proto version of it or something like that. And he used it to see the future or so, and that is why he knows stuff or something like that. I find that an interesting idea. Though I don't think it's true, but interesting theory. And I'm not sure what is going on with the thing. Like, there's a star constellation on it. Maybe it really represents like objects in the sky or so, like sun and moon, an eclipse or something like that. The stars. Pretty strange what with this weird cultist bowl is going on. I think there's not much information on how Galadriel's mirror was composed or how it works exactly. But yeah, maybe that is a possibility. Can you please show the back of the plate again? Yes. If you want, I can also zoom in a bit so you can see it a bit better. Good people trying to give the mirror. Yeah, they have a fortune telling mirror service in Middle Earth, and that's her business. And she knows Galadriel will be their best customer because the mirror set they use their own mirror to foresee the future basically, and then they know that Galadriel will be their best customer. That is why they try to find her, but they only find the stranger and the hobbits. And now they are sad. But yeah, just making some stupid jokes here. Is it the star constellation he made with the little bugs? Like, I think we tried in the analysis stream to find that out, but it was not really conclusive, for me at least. Yeah, that is true. It could be just a stylistic device to underline the mysterious character of these figures that we see here. Let me just think for a moment about what to do here. First, I need to sneeze. Oh, excuse me, just muted me in time, luckily enough. Maybe I do a save of this particular zoomed in picture. Cultist plate star constellation. Oh no, I saved it in the wrong whatever. So we have that. All I need to do now is find the scene with Meteor Man. Which episode was that? Yeah, maybe-ish. I don't fully see it, to be honest, but I could be wrong. Maybe it is the... Okay. There are two scenes. Yeah. Yeah, it might be the same star constellation. You're right. The last time, like, it's difficult to show this on screen. The problem is this here, this particular scene here. Here, you definitely see, like, this is the top part. These are the two lines going away from it. So it looks a lot more narrow than it looks in the other thing. The problem is these fireflies here are also going up into this direction. So if I just move it forward, suddenly it looks very different from the star constellation if you look at it from this perspective. But it seems this firefly goes close to this star. Like in this particular case, it doesn't look similar at all. Like you could see it as this, and then maybe another line like this, and then this, and I don't know what. It definitely looks different in this particular scene, though. However, if you go a few scenes further than that, we see it again. When he collapses here, see this? It seems like the other fireflies are just kind of a bit distracting from this particular star constellation here. But it seems to be the same constellation on that. If we now go to which episode is it? Is it episode 4 or is it 3? I think it's 3, right? Like here on this page, I don't really recognize it, to be honest. Maybe something is missing here, like this is a line and this is a line. But where's the second line all of a sudden? Okay, here we see it though. Oh yeah, you asked for Sadok's books, I showed it to you. Like here we see it again. This kind of works. Let me just find the cultists again. So yeah, kind of works, I guess. Yeah, the Big Dipper is definitely a possibility, but it looks, I think, still a bit different. But of course, there are other stars one could connect. Question is, how am I supposed to show this to you people? That's funny that it worked like this. The question is, where's which line? You know what I mean? Like this would be the Big Dipper. I mean, you could say it looks like this, but I'm not completely convinced on that. But maybe I'm just not seeing it. But it also seems he was drawing these letters or whatever on the stones, on this wood piece earlier in episode 2. It's also from the Wikipedia page, in case people wonder. I would maybe argue that we see these symbols here also on the episode 1. Okay, it's also in episode 1. We look into this in a moment. I assume this symbol here is maybe also the star constellation that he draws. Episode 1, 51 minutes in. I think I don't have a screenshot marker there. I don't have the correct times here on my program, so but yeah, you might be right. It might be exactly this page that we have seen here before. Where's OBS? There it is. I think you mean this page here, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we have this line here and then here and here or so. Is this a symbol? Or is it here and up like this? I don't know. I didn't say I want to keep her character. I just said it depends. I would have implemented Galadriel differently if we would make I think you're referencing how I would change the show part, right? Then I would make her a little bit less annoying, definitely. But I feel like if you consider, for this show, she's considered the main character or one of the main characters. And it depends on on the question. Is a question, Chris, when you would write a show completely different from this one about the Second Age, how would you do this? Or how would you make this? How would you implement Galadriel? Or is it, if you have to do changes to this existing show, what changes would I do? But yeah, in context of this show, I think it makes sense to send her to Numenor. It looks like Orion. So it's Tulkas' son. Lost Tales, son of Didi Melkar. Paper of dead. It's basically made of skin out of dead hobbits. That's an interesting theory. I think the reception is not as important to Amazon as to how many people are actually watching the show. Like, if they see the numbers go up on their platform and people are watching the show every week, why would they cancel it? The problem is, if they cancel this, then we won't see this we won't see anything about the fall of Numenor and other things for the next 10 to 20 years. Just keep that in mind. I mean, if the show is bad, the show is bad, and you can't do anything about it. I think it could be better, but it could also be worse. Some parts are quite triggering, but yeah. Nothing funnier than terrorists. Well, that escalated quickly. But hard to tell what they will do with this show. It's definitely not helping that they did some bad writing decisions. But as I said, back to the question for how I would make Galadriel, I would maybe not make Galadriel a main character, because I think that she was never constructed or written to be a main character in any shape or form. So I think that's not a good idea in of itself, because for a main character in a show like this, you need a starting point and an ending point, and you need to develop this character from the starting point to the ending point. And Galadriel is too big of a character, I feel, to make her, for book fans at least, convincingly, and put her there and see somewhat more character development on her. I mean, so you have to definitely change her character when you introduce Galadriel, and they did this in the show. I think they overtuned it a lot. I said it somewhere that instead of putting Galadriel 12 light years away from where she actually is, maybe just make her 2 light years away where she actually is in the Second Age. So that would definitely work better. If she's not a main character, you could place her in Eregion and have her appear and maybe oppose what later it's an unfinished tales. However, keep in mind, maybe they would like to do this and they can't due to right issues. I don't know. But let's ignore right issues for the moment. I would like to see her being in Eregion, and then when Anatar comes, she opposes him. And then she gets into conflict with Celebrimbor and the Gwais Ymir Dain, and basically has to leave Eregion at some point. That is basically the storyline I would have preferred here. But it would not work for this show, I think. And the question is, what would I have done with Elrond in the meantime? And seeing this show, I would of course put Elrond on an adventure with Durin, and it's basically Durin and Elrond going on adventures through Middle-earth and discovering cool places. That would be pretty cool in my opinion. Maybe make it a spin-off, that would be even funnier. But I think Elrond being in Moria is not a bad idea as well. The problem is, then you would have too many big names on one spot. And how do you add the Numenorians to all of this? But maybe, okay, if you put Galadriel into Eregion and don't make her a main character, put Galadriel into Eregion and don't make her a main character. Maybe it could work that you then put Elrond on a ship and send him on a mission to Numenor to basically transport the message of Gil-galad to whoever is king there. The Thranduil show, yeah, that would also, a lot of people would like that. And they could make Galadriel a diplomat as well. Though then maybe you would have not enough warriors in a way. I feel like it's not bad to have a character like Galadriel. She just needs to be a bit less annoying and make more sense inside the story. And it's a problem that she is Galadriel and not just some random new character. Are the rings made yet? No. The rings are not made yet. We are in the time before the rings are made. We are around about Second Age 1000, I would guess. Sauron is not even in Mordor yet, it seems, or has not taken it as his realm. So the building of Barad-dûr has not started, and so on. So the Rings of Power are not even close to being forged. I would assume the forging of the Rings of Power is maybe a Season 2 thing as well, yeah, as Joe's Corner says. Yeah, we talked about stars, right? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see what you mean. I would argue it still looks a little bit different in comparison. I do it differently, like this here. And you could maybe expand the line here a little bit and then have this be Orion. Here on this shot, whoever made it, Quantan Balantic, I think is the person who made it. Shout out. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, also possible that it's like 600 or so. Hey, I made for live stream. Welcome, Paul Freeborn. Nice to see you here. How long are we streaming? 4 hours already. Well, that is unfortunate because I slowly have to end the stream. I feel like the diplomat fits Elrond quite well though. Like Elrond is more, I see more as a diplomat as a warrior. He only goes to war when it's needed. Same with Gil-galad. Please, they keep things not negative. Okay, this is the Quenya reference for the name. Lost as Orion, literally swordsman of heaven. Okay. Kind of bright, I have to admit here. Yeah, I also liked it, the Durin's part. Yeah, the time zones are a problem. But yeah, I like the joke with the table as well. Like I thought on one side it was kind of funny in a way. It wasn't too mean at the same time. It's only very mean for the poor elves who have to carry the table to Khazad-dûm. For them, it's probably bad, but otherwise it was kind of okay, and it distracted or it pushed the conversation into a different direction, if that makes sense. So in a way, I liked it that like Durin is Also, not that like it was a smart move by Durin. I wanted to say, like that was interesting one. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't really mean. I think Durin wanted to be a douche towards Gil-galad. I'm pretty sure that is the message he wanted to bring across. I know what you mean. It was a bit rough at times, but this detail I felt like was kind of the interesting part. Like it had this, it had a weird atmosphere to it. Like nobody wanted to be there. It felt. And I think that was on purpose, but um, like Gil-galad tried to push Durin into a direction, maybe to admitting, no, we have found some mystical material there in the Misty Mountains, the mining that. That's why we are so active. Something like that. But Durin was not falling from that, not revealing anything, and tried to push the topic into a complete different direction. I kind of find that cool. Elf finally honor. Well, due to the whole elves and like the Sindar elves and dwarves killing each other thing in the first age, there's maybe still some bad blood here and there. I think Elrond was still annoyed that his king deceived him, so he wasn't too sad that Durin made this joke. Wow. I'm not sure how loud it will be, but I definitely give you good old soundboard here. Joe's corner. Yeah, it definitely makes sense. Yeah, Gilgalad's acting, oh, not his acting, like the actor is not, it's not his fault. Like how he's written is really strange. I agree on that. I have to admit, I really the Hobbit stuff also grew on me, so I kind of like to see that as well. But I agree. I feel in the overall context of the show, if they don't give me in the next 3 episodes a really good reason why the stranger and the hobbits are in it, I would have just moved it to another season or so, and just focused on Numenor, on Galadriel, and Arondir and Elrond, because that is currently are the storylines that feel best. I feel like so far the hobbits are only there to make it less grim, if that makes sense. And it's kind of cool, but I feel like they need some other plot lines needed a bit more time. And if it's not needed, like I would not cut it completely. I would just move it maybe somewhere else. Those Harfoots are evil. No, I've not. Um, I've not seen Game of Thrones, so I basically know what happens in this show for strange reasons. But I've not seen Game of Thrones, and I've not read A Song of Ice and Fire either. Not not into any other fantasy universes, I think. I'm still wondering where they are going. Like, I feel all the plots are connected. I feel the Stranger Halffoot plot is so far a little bit disconnected from all of this. But maybe the cultists also give more context to this later. I enjoyed Lost in Space. Yeah, definitely. They're probably also there to catch some. Oh, we love the Hobbits and the Shire stuff in the Peter Jackson films, so let's have Hobbits here as well. I definitely think that was also an intention for that. For me, it kind of worked, even though I disliked the whole Balrog stuff that we saw in the Mithril origin story and the strange idea of decay of the elves. Let me see if I find it. Nope. Yeah, here's the decay already. Then I assume this marker here should be the Balrog. Like I said, I don't like this story because it makes, in the lore, very little sense. Though there are still options for it. I don't know exactly what is meant with the light of the warrior. That's also like a detail I would like to double check. So he explicitly states, talks about the light of the Valar. Interestingly. Like, he wants to saturate every last elf in the light of the Valar once more. And this basically would stop their decay, which makes kind of sense. But then they really, like, this would only work. And I assume that is why the Silmarillion has to be connected to this in some shape, or was connected to it. I still find it a very strange story, though. I don't mind the idea. I just think the overall decay idea I don't mind either. I like that it is so hasty. Like, no, it has to be by spring. Why not? I don't know. Like, usually elves have so much time for everything. Here they have to do stuff in several months. I find that kind of unbelievable and very constructed. IMDb rating is at 6.9. I think it was much lower though. It got better over time, right? And also IMDb rating is also a topic for itself. Let me just double check. Yeah. For example, Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens, is on 7.8. Like almost an 8. That's a bit high for that film. And for example, Blade Runner 2049 is on 8.0. Like, come on. Like, if I would have to decide which film I would watch, I would go for Blade Runner every time. There was some other film which I couldn't believe that it was rated so high. Or at least episode 9, Rise of Skywalker, is rated 6.5 and lower. That makes a lot of sense. Episodes, they were worse, but like I would rate them. I don't know. I think like let's not talk about Star Wars. That's, in my opinion, 3 absolutely terrible movies. Though I agree, I dislike. I think Episode 7 was probably the best of the films, but the others were just next level terrible. Going grocery shopping? Okay, have fun. I hate the Mithra origin story. Yeah, I hate it as well. It could be that the legend is wrong though, and maybe Sauron spread it or so. Definitely possible. We will. I mean, we have to evaluate this whole Mithril origin story when we have more information on it, I feel. But just from the current perspective, what we know so far, I don't like it. Yes, maybe just a core of truth. And they said it's just an obscure old legend. With you on Blade Runner 24, yeah, exactly. Like it's so rare that you get a sequel for like a genre-defining film like Blade Runner, and then it gets a sequel many years later, and it's definitely worthy to be named among Blade Runner itself. And then it sits like on. It's a good rating. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like some other films don't deserve a rating that high. Just currently checking on strange films on IMDb. Oh yeah, it's interestingly that IMDb is owned by Amazon. That also is an important detail. On Saturday it was 7.8 for the show. Did it get went further down? Yeah, Elrond said it's just like a story. Like I feel like his mention was like, okay, the writers totally made this up, book fans, so don't take it too seriously. But maybe it also has some significance for the show. I think some of you know the lore better than I. You can comment on the Sauron and Mithril bit. What Sauron bit do you mean exactly? Like Mithril, we don't know its origin story actually. But the problem with this particular scene is that if this is an old legend and it has some base or truth or so, then this must be in the First Age. But no elves would be in the First Age on the Misty Mountains. This could be Glorfindel versus the Balrog or so, but that is in Gondolin, or not directly in Gondolin, it's around Gondolin in the mountains. But this is in Beleriand. Beleriand doesn't exist anymore in the Second Age. So, what's below the ocean, I could say. Also, the tree and the Silmarillion, like we know the location of all three Silmarilli, so that doesn't work either. The lightning, we know Manwë could shoot lightning or could send clouds and that hit people with lightning. That was a possibility, so it could be related to him. We know that one Silmarillion is in the sky, one is in the earth, in the fiery pit inside the earth itself, and one is in the ocean. So we know where all of them are. None is mentioned to be in a tree or something like that. That seems very strange. And it's really hard to tell if it is a good introduction for new fans, but I definitely heard from some people, which is of course anecdotal, but that people watching this show started buying the books and reading them. So that is pretty awesome, I feel. It definitely gives some attention to Lord of the Rings, the franchise, and has a potential to bring new people in. If we like the show or not, it's definitely a plus, I feel. But yeah, sometimes also old fans of a fandom are annoying, so I feel like a fandom can easily die out if there's no new people drawn to it. You might be right that some strange people come into the fandom as well, but I also was drawn to Lord of the Rings and Tolkien by seeing the Peter Jackson films 20 years ago. But I guess it's of course true that it would be great to just have a good show, right? Instead of so much trouble and discussion going on there. Well, I kind of like the half-wits, I have to admit. I find this is one of definitely my second favorite part of the show so far. Yeah, the new book covers are terrible. I agree on that. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, the pacing definitely is a problem of the show, like a really big one. Like, they definitely try to accomplish too much, and by doing so, they does nothing. They do nothing right. You know what I mean? It's just there's so many things they need to establish that they can never really focus on something completely and explain it correctly. And as a result, the show often feels very, very slow because you make no progress in the actual story. It's just setup after setup and explaining stuff at the same time. And then, because there's so much to explain, they still don't have enough time for it. And as a result, they have to rush through things. And then it's too slow and too fast at the same time. Like, It's slow and rushed at the same time. That's not a good combination. That holds the show back, in my opinion, quite a bit. It could be much better if they just focused it a bit more. Yeah, it's definitely all over the place. We forgive you, Map Boy. Awesome. Much appreciated. I've never been so interested in the lore, so that's definitely a plus, I would say. I mean, the idea to connect Mithril to, I don't know, some form of light, I can definitely see that, because we, for example, it at least seems like it, that the Frodo's Mithril code is also emitting a little bit of light. You could argue maybe it just reflects light, which is possible as well. Let me just see if I find the quotes that we would need for this question. Where is everything here? This here does not belong to this episode. I have to move to 5. Let me just see. Yeah, so in the Ring Goes South, we can read, it shone like moonlit silver and was studded with white gems. That is the Mithril code of Frodo. And later we can also read, the silver corselet shimmered before his eyes, like the light upon a rippling sea. Carefully he took it off and held it up, and the gems on it glittered like stars, and the sound of the shaking rings was like the tinkle of rain in a pool. Pretty epic description here by Tolkien, I have to admit, but it definitely feels like there was some glittering or some light emitting, or maybe at least very strong reflection going on with it. So connecting it to light kind of makes sense from my perspective. And what is interesting with Mithril, in the Hobbit, in the first edition of the Hobbit, Mithril is not mentioned. Just somebody wrote it into my comment section, and I checked I have a reprint of the first edition of the Hobbit, and checked the page, and yeah, it originally was not there. And then digging deeper into this issue, I found out that it was invented for the Lord of the Rings by Tolkien when he wrote the Moria section, and talked about some of the details there. And there the name Mithril appears the first time. Round about 1939 he wrote it for the first time. So the only reference we get for earlier lore is then, of course, written much later. For example, the mention that Numenor also had Mithril on their island is written in a text from the 60s. It's not clear when it was dated. It's in a footnote of the author in the text, The Disaster of the Gladden Fields, published in Unfinished Tales. So quite interesting. Books are definitely win. I agree. Yeah, that is true. Maybe it's starting at the first age, but I assume I know it's impossible to reconstruct the first age stories out of the Lord of the Rings alone. You can maybe do this with the second age. I don't think so. I would argue it would work best for the third age. my opinion, they should have just adapted with their rights a Third Age story. And it seems like the early concept, we reported about this, that very early on, the show that should be made was about a young Aragorn. And I would have liked this a lot more, to be honest, because there we have more information in The Lord of the Rings itself. They could even have went for early Third Age and the wars with Angmar and so on. Or maybe start with Isildur's death or so. Yeah, that's true. We all want to see how the doors of Durin are made. Yeah, that is true, Spielkalb. I think the pacing in episode 5 was much, much better now. And what they established before came, in my opinion, relatively okayish or even well at times together in episode 5. And now they could push the characters, and it often felt like why characters are doing certain things. They did it because with interacting with each other. Like, why was Galadriel speaking again to Halbrand? Because Miriel said, you need to speak to Halbrand because we need him in Middle-earth for our plans. Like, we need him on board. We need his guidance. We need his knowledge to know where we need to go, what we have to look out for. And he's a king. He's important for their people, and so potentially. So they want Halbrand being there. Makes kind of sense in my opinion. Stuff like that. It made sense that Galadriel then confronted Halbrand again, and they had this discussion at the end, and so on. It would even say for Isildur, like it made sense that Elendil, out of the previous action, did not accept Isildur into service. And it also makes sense that, for example, Eärien asks Kemen to ask his father to prevent this war, because she does not want that her father and brother is going to war. She does not want that. And maybe she also don't like the elves, I don't know. So from this perspective, I felt like this episode worked quite a bit better than the previous episodes. So some of the stuff, that's what I meant earlier, was develop more out of dialogue, out of actions between in this episode. And I feel like that is why this episode felt much better than, for example, episode 4. So there's still maybe some forced stuff in this episode. It's not everything is perfect and it's a 10 out of 10 episode, but in context to some of the weaker episodes we gotten before, it definitely felt like an improvement on many terms. And in theory, maybe this actual story, like the free peoples of Middle-earth, go to Middle-earth and oppose Sauron. And the conflict with Sauron starts now in some way. It starts over Adar and his orcs and so on, but it might spread later over to Sauron. You can definitely see this happening in the future. And I feel like that might be the actual story of the show, and it felt like, okay, now we are finally starting in a way. That's why I kind of like this episode, even though, yeah, like I said, this part here makes very little sense lore-wise. And the decay is far too hasty. If it's true, we don't know. We need more context, of course. Maybe it's an idea Sauron spread that the elves need to leave this fast. Some manipulation going on. Would be strange, but from the book's perspective, of course, Gil-galad saw Sauron coming as a danger and as a shadow in the Far East, and did basically preparations to oppose this very early on by contacting the Númenóreans and allying with them. And that we don't see in the show, and that of course makes the Gil-galad fans quite sad. I have to yet watch The Rings of Power. Please tell me, is this show related to the Silmarillion? I know it takes place way before Lord of the Rings. The show covers a few things of the Silmarillion, but weirdly enough, like in the Silmarillion, only the last 2 chapters really cover the Second Age, where the show plays. The show also at the start references some Silmarillion First Age elements, of course. like The Darkening of Valinor, for example. But it's mostly about the Second Age. And the Akalabes, for example, they, I assume, try to reconstruct out of the Lord of the Rings because they only have access to the Lord of the Rings appendices and the Hobbit. And out of the appendices and the references from Lord of the Rings, they have to basically reconstruct what is in the Second Age. And all the other texts, Unfinished Tales, especially not Silmarillion. No, so it's not a Silmarillion show, but some of the stuff we will see in the show is also in the Silmarillion. And we might see it. In what form? Maybe with some changes, though. Expect changes if you have not seen it yet. Like they definitely, especially in the prologue, you notice, okay, they don't have rights for that. They can only vaguely hint at stuff. The whole Galadriel character is really strange. Thanks a lot. I'm really curious to see how this unfolds in the show. Yeah, we are all curious, but if you have not seen the show yet, and if you are if you expect the show to be very close to the books, maybe reduce your expectations a little bit. They do like quite a few changes here and there. Also expect a lot of setup, I would call it. I would say the show has some problems, let's put it that way. But maybe it gets better with episode 5 or 6, let's put it that way. I feel a bit offended by the show. Well, yeah, I can see this. If you are Gil-galad, hard times for fans of the character Gil-galad. For sure. Good times for fans of the dwarves, though. That is pretty good in the show, I have to admit. I would also have preferred if they made like the Galadriel hunts down or looks for clues finding Sauron. And she's basically like Indiana Jones and goes into all kinds of old places and interesting places of Middle Earth and tries to find hints of Sauron. I would have liked that, to be honest. But sadly, that is only at the very beginning, and then we get relatively fast a very different turn from that. Yeah, I would still say the show has potential, but also some pacing problems. Gil-galad has fans. Like the book Gil-galad has for sure some fans. This is a long stream. I left it, took a nap, and came back in all this time. Well, of course, it's like my streams usually go quite long, I have to admit. It's a good question if you should have separated this. I feel like it's not necessary to separate those, but because it is kind of distantly related. I think you can do this in one show. You don't have to split it into two series. The Rings of Power and the Akala Best. Definitely get some rest before the new episode comes out, but we have a few days left, luckily for me. Yeah, I definitely think we will see some change in Galadriel. And I can already imagine what this change might be. Like, what event might change Galadriel quite a bit. Yeah, there are definitely ways I could see stuff happening. Even with Meteor Man and so on. I'm not sure if we will see the changing of the world in this show. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's cheesy if Halbrand would be Sauron. It would definitely be a huge character push for Galadriel in a way. Like she already said that that her friends, like Elrond and so on, maybe could not distinguish her from that what she was hunting. And it would be an interesting wink if Halbrand turns out to be Sauron in the end, and she have to admit, yeah, I had Sauron literally standing next to me, and I didn't see it, I didn't notice it. That would be like a huge change for a huge motivation for her character to change quite a lot with her approach. The problem with this approach, though, is that it would ruin, in my opinion, the Rings of Power creation arc. It would be interesting, though. I think for the whole Eregion arc to work, she can't talk about. She can't know that Halbrand is Sauron. She can't know that. She only can know this when he forges the when stuff is when he comes. I don't know, when stuff is going wrong in Eregion. Stop ganging on Galadriel. Well, she is definitely a very controversial character in the show, and she's the main character, and they wrote her in a way I can kind of understand it, but I think they simply overdid it with her quite a bit. No, I don't think they will go for Galadriel and Laf Halbrand. That makes no sense. They already have one elf men love story with Arondir and Bronwyn. I don't think they make another one. Especially, that would definitely annoy the fans crazily. Like, I also don't think... I'm also not fully convinced that Halbrand is Sauron, don't get me wrong, but I definitely see why people might think this and why this is still possible. Yeah, that is true. The love story between Arondir and Bronwyn is very underdeveloped, but I kind of like that, to be fair. It's not too over the top for them, it's very slow burning. Okay, Anjing. What I find interesting about Theo is that he showed, like, there was an interesting development in this episode, that he showed his sword to Arondir. Like, I did not expect that he would do that. To just show some screenshots again here. I think he only did this because they are in a very terrible situation. And though he has maybe some anger management issues here and there, he's not rotten to the core. And he also, like, Arondir saved him. And I don't know, I assume this made the relationship between him and Arondir a bit better than maybe it was before. So I find this kind of interesting. This is an interesting development, I feel. Now, it's very hard to tell what happens with this weapon. Will Theo take it back? Will he use it more? Will he... I don't know what he might do with it. How does it affect him? Like, I feel the whole Sword Theo's stuff is still very underdeveloped, in my opinion, sadly. But yeah, it was a good move by him to do this, I feel. Not sure where it leads to in the end. Like, the worst... I won't say it's a worst case scenario, but it definitely has the potential that the sword is now gone out of his arc, if that makes sense. Maybe it's now get picked up by another. Maybe he takes it back. It's really difficult to say what happens with this sword in particular. And that is a bit strange, to be honest, because there was so much focus on it previously. Really strange, but quite interesting, I have to admit. Maybe Arondir, maybe Bronwyn, maybe he gives it back to Theo. Maybe Adar takes it at the end. Very hard to tell who currently is in possession of it. But because they've showed some kind of obsession from Theo by Theo of the sword. Yeah, it's definitely possible that Theo overcomes it, and maybe we don't get Nazgul Theo at the end. Like, it's kind of funny in a way that from our knowledge from the Lord of the Rings, we know, okay, like serving Sauron can be the absolute worst thing you can do, and even if this is in the Second Age, some of these it could basically doom you for several thousand years and further. So be definitely careful with this stuff. It's very interesting. I'm very curious how they will solve this whole Nazgul thing, if we will see it. I could imagine we will see the Nazgul at some point in the show, but I'm not 100% sure how they will do this, because 9 characters are quite a lot. But maybe we only get the origins. Maybe we only get the origin story of 1 or 2 or 3 characters or so. Yeah, we noticed the copy paste. You have to keep in mind though that was filmed during COVID. I think we discussed this very early on in the stream. Maybe there were some set restrictions or so, I don't know. I feel like though the copy paste was done competently. Only if you really stop the screen, you really notice it, in my opinion. So it was okay for me, to be honest. Try to find the scene in the background. Yeah, it was. Like, for example, here, this dude here is also this dude here, just as an example, in case you don't see it. And yeah, there are probably more, but I'm really bad at finding those. Like, for me, this scene worked kind of well. I think this, if you look closely, you notice that this crowd shot here is probably kind of mirrored. I think this woman here is this person here. This woman here is here. So they basically mirrored this line here in a way. Just the footage is a bit set apart. Here you also see him standing in front of this woman here. Here you see this guy again, so this part here is also mirrored. There might be a few more people that are added to this, so the crowd looks a bit bigger. Kind of interesting. But you have to, like, this image is so short, like, I don't know. Did anybody notice this on the first time he watched it? That is the most important question. Maybe we do a poll. Did you notice the copy-pasted characters, or let's say the mirrored characters? I mean, I don't know how to phrase it, but you know what I mean, I think. Characters in this scene from episode 5? Question mark. Oh, I need to add first time watching. I'm very curious about this. And be honest. I have bad news. My poll is not working. Just kidding, it's not an issue. Yeah, it's really not really an issue, I think. Did the poll show up for you people? I feel I have to refresh my stream. Yeah, I have. I'll have to make this again. Awesome. Good that I copy-pasted the question not. Let's hope it works this time. There it is, chat. Awesome. It's a third poll. Didn't we have... isn't it the fourth poll? I'm not sure. Maybe the third. I also didn't notice. But I'm also bad with noticing stuff like that, to be honest. That's interesting. A few people said they noticed it. 3, to be precise. Did anybody notice the bad writing plot holes? Well, we noticed those, yes. No, I don't think the like, I think some of the criticism is of course well deserved, but I think some people definitely overdo it a little bit. It would be interesting to know. Well, what just interesting for me, but whatever. Like, I can see that some people might notice stuff like that. But for example, I have a very narrow view, if that makes sense. So if I look at this crowd, let me just end the poll here. How do I do this? If I watch at the crowd, let me just prepare this. I have an interesting idea. Can I make this bigger? How does this work? Expression. Here it works. Oh, here's a feather thing. Okay. So I don't know. If I look at the crowd from my perspective, it's a bit exaggerated, to be honest. Wait, I can't. Can I delete the mask? Yeah, I can delete it. Okay. Technical stuff. So if I look at this shot the first time I watch it, of course, now my program is just dying. Let's try it again. The first time I watch it is like I see it like this basically. Maybe it's a bit exaggerated, but if you look at it like this, you probably won't notice that there are any duplicates in the audience. You might, probably you don't. Yeah, that is true. Like I notice it in my comments section that some people just come here to or get there to vent or to express their how unhappy they are with the show. And yeah, there's a lot of people that really overdo it a little bit. I agree. That's interesting. I watched the background. How long does it help you to solve Where's Wally? I think, for example, often females have a far lesser narrowed field of view than men. So maybe I could imagine that like a woman or so with a far bigger field of view and also better at recognizing faces than I am would maybe notice it on first watch, but I definitely did not. A few seconds. Yeah, I feel like a lot of reviewers criticize the show. My view, even my most positive, isn't it my most positive review of the show? I don't know. I feel like I try to be fair to the show, but there's a lot to criticize, in my opinion, in the show as well. And I think so far the show, as said in my last review, is probably not the best. It's not really a good Tolkien adaptation so far. Maybe the changes later, but I feel like they definitely could have handled some stuff better. Even though I still kind of enjoyed this episode, I have to admit, I'm still sticking to that. Exactly. Men are playing on 40 FOV. I'm playing on one. Women are playing on. I guess I'm not even sure if it's true for all females, but from what I know from my experience, often females have like a far less narrow field of view, if that makes sense. Some of the commenters on the in the roundtable, in the show itself or in the comments. But yeah, it's kind of difficult. Oh, end the show. Okay. I mean, I know some of the other creators are also not very happy with the show, to be honest. So there's that. It might also be kind of amplified by when you are a creator. You also read a lot of comments, and then it's very difficult when a lot of comments are negative to also stay positive yourself, because sometimes some people raise good points and so on, or sometimes it just annoys you as well, and so maybe it amplifies your perception of the negative stuff, if you know what I mean. The stream got sexist. I hope it's not considered sexist in that way, just an observation. That the field of view might be different, but for some people. Where's Elrond? Elrond is for me a highlight of the show. Like that, Elrond and Durin definitely save the show. Galadriel for me is like, I like the actress. I think she can definitely act. The problem is how she's written so far, and that holds her back a little bit. But I assume it will get better in the next few episodes. I already liked her more in episode 5 than I liked her in episode 2 or 3. That makes sense. So I feel like from episode 3 to episode 5 there was definitely a development with Galadriel, and it might be interesting to see how it's going. And the question is, what do you consider? Like, if we look at the IMDb rating at 6.9, so far I would say that is a fair rating, to be honest. Is 6.9 terrible, like 7 or 6 or so? For me personally, I don't know. Really difficult to say. I mean, in the overall context, like in my personal rating, I would say that, like, I don't know, these days there's like some inflation of ratings going on. Usually you would assume that a 6.5, I guess, is like the point in the middle. So 6.5 out of 10 should be like the average, if that makes sense. So if we just go without the step in between, then let's say 5 or 6, round about a very average film or a very average show. And I would say, yeah, this is so far, there's some really good stuff in the show, some really bad stuff, and overall it mixes together to a very average show, if that makes sense. That doesn't mean it's a completely bad show. And it has a potential to get a 7 or maybe even an 8. I don't see it ever getting like in the Hall of Fame of the best shows ever made. I think it's too far away from that. Maybe later seasons might reach that, but at least currently I'm not seeing that. And yeah, I don't know. I definitely can say one thing. I would watch this show 50 times in a row before I watch one of the sequel Star Wars films again. So, like, if I only have 2 movies on this planet, or a few things to watch, like season 1 of Amazon's Rings of Power or the Star Wars sequel trilogy, I would say this is a 10 out of 10 show then, and the other one would be a 1. Just to express my what do you say, dissatisfaction? I'm not sure what the word is, but my dislike of the sequel trilogy. I really hate it with a passion. And that's always something you have to consider, in my opinion, as well. Like, some shows were received very poorly in the past. Temple of Doom. Let's not dive too deep into the Indiana Jones stuff. Disdain, yeah, that's probably the word. That is true. Forcing somebody to watch the Star Wars sequel trilogy is considered torture in some countries. I agree on that. I know some people like the sequel trilogy as well. That's completely fine. I don't like it though. Though, if I would, like, to be completely honest, if I would rate the sequel trilogy, I would still say, simply due to the sheer amount of production and just value that went into that. And I also liked, like, the sequel trilogy is an interesting comparison in a strange way, because there it was the same. Like, the visuals are great, the music, I think, is for the most part great. I liked the actors, to be honest, but I think it's just terribly written. And it's kind of somewhat similar to Rings of Power, if you think about that. And still, in a way, I would say, yeah, it's kind of average. Like, the writing is so bad that all the good things they do is basically evened out, and we land pretty much in the middle. I think, though, that if the Elrond section of Rings of Power would also be absolutely terrible, then we would be on the Star Wars sequel level here as well. But due to me liking that, and due to me surprisingly also liking the Harfoots, and the Arondir section is also okay for me, I would say it's not completely terrible, just in parts terrible. So this gives this show, in my opinion, the edge over the other. So if I would give the Star Wars sequel trilogy like a 5.5 out of 10, I would give this show maybe a 6.5 or something like that. I don't know. Maybe a 7. Yeah, episode 9 is a strange one. Like, I feel like after episode 8, and some people like episode 8, but I didn't like it. Also felt too constructed in many places, in my opinion. Even though it is, like, from directing perspective, done more competently, I feel like, than 7. But 7 made internally more sense than episode 8. So always a bit tough for me to list them in some way. The Last Jedi made me sell all my old Star Wars Lego. Can't even watch the originals now. Something about Star Wars just died inside me. It was not that bad for me, but after I watched the sequel trilogy, I also did nothing related to Star Wars anymore. Though I still can watch the original trilogy, luckily, and just ignore this nonsense ever existed, but kind of the same. I was also somewhat big into Star Wars when I was younger, and that's completely gone. Yeah, the new Star Wars trilogy is just awful. I don't like it. It's not for me. I also feel like, I just want to end the sentence. Like, after episode 8, I felt like, okay, episode 9 was kind of the logical conclusion to that, because it kind of destroyed several aspects of episode 7, so that they couldn't continue the story in some meaningful way, and they had to come up with this nonsense. As a result, all these episodes 7, 8, and 9 feel like the screenwriters or whoever produced this show never talked to each other. Like, really strange. I don't know if the writers are like, it's not every episode is written by what is the other names? G.D. Payne and McKay is the other name. What was the first name? I forgot, but I'm very terrible with other names outside of the Lord of the Rings universe. Like, there are other writers who worked on very big shows, so the writing room is kind of stacked for this show here, in my opinion. It's just very strange how it turns out in the very end. And they also demonstrated they are able to write stuff, and I don't think, like, Peter Jackson also produced the Hobbit films. Of course, there were, like, problems and like he was not Patrick, thank you for Christiane. Like, also Peter Jackson could not reproduce his success he had with the Lord of the Rings, with the Hobbit films. So it's not always like get the old people back and then they make awesome stuff. Also, some amazing directors and writers have also delivered absolute trash. So I wouldn't say that trusting maybe new writers a show like this is a bad idea. You can totally do that, in my opinion. And it's also sometimes like that even films, for example, like stop watching Star Wars. Yeah, I can see that. Like, if you think of for example, Blade Runner, that was also, I'm not sure how well received Blade Runner was. I think it was okayish, but it was a complete flop on when it comes to getting the production costs back in. Like, it flopped, this film, and back now, retrospectively, it's considered a cult classic and a genre-defying film that had so much influence on how science fiction, especially cyberpunk, is seen these days. Like, it's very influential work, but it was also poorly received kind of in its time. Same with Citizen Kane, though that had kind of political reasons, but also considered one of the greatest films ever done, but in the reception of its own time, it was considered a terrible film, even though not fully true. Like, there's definitely politics behind that as well, but there are definitely examples. Like, not every film that is good has to do well, like from a success, from a money standpoint, or has to be received well by the critics. Tolkien was also not always incredibly well received by critics. You have to consider that as well. Yeah, exactly. There were definitely the circumstances for The Hobbit that made it kind of problematic. Of course, some of the Hobbit stuff I also like. Like, the first Hobbit film is mostly okay for me. I really hate the second Hobbit film. The third one is also not my favorite, to be honest. But there are some scenes I have trouble watching when I see the second Hobbit film, especially the Tauriel Heel's what's his name? The dwarf lover. Yeah, I agree. Martin Freeman was really good Bilbo. I liked him a lot. It was Keely, right? I was just thinking, was it Feely or was it Keely? It was Keely, right? Yeah, Keely. Yeah, that scene. I I wrote something for another channel, and it was like I should write a rant or something about a scene. I'm not sure if it was ever published, but I definitely wrote it, and maybe I can find it because I found it kind of funny. I'm not sure if it really is, but Let me just find it. I have to bring this on the main screen, I feel. I have to be very careful here. Yeah, so I don't know what I wrote, but it had to do, yeah, the whole scene. Let me just see if I find it. But yeah, basically, I can't. I'm not finding it. It was worded it something like this. Like I don't know. They put Keely like on a pillow made out of walnuts because the scene was also completely nuts, and that the writers knew this, something like that. Let me see if I don't have the screenshot of it. I think no, because I never talked about this scene in a video, but it was completely nuts in my opinion. Like the healing stuff. I thought, what are they doing there? This whole love triangle there. Legolas walking like upwards on falling stones. Oh boy, it was just so many weird decisions. Like orcs climbing on roofs. Nobody notices them. The whole CGI orc stuff. Ah, not so great. Yeah, that is true. The second Hobbit film, what kind of saved it a bit is the interaction between Bilbo and, for example, Smaug. That's pretty cool. I agree on that. Was healing with medical measure. Yeah, it's just the healing scene was just rough for me. That was just okay. Like they gave her that Arwen moment. I felt like, why? I love all the elf scenes. Now, it can be fun, these films, don't get me wrong. But so far, I kind of enjoy Rings of Power a bit more than the Hobbit films. I have to admit, except for the good stuff. No, I've not heard that audiobook. I have to admit, I listened a bit into some audiobooks of Lord of the Rings, but never completely. Yeah, Thranduil is also kind of cool. Like, I don't know what it is with Thranduil, but he seems to be very popular. Like the depiction of him, and yeah, kind of have to agree. It's kind of a cool dude there. He has this elven arrogance in him, kind of that. It's very interesting. And I think I've seen that. Okay, even with the soundtrack. Interesting. I probably have to look into this at some point. But usually, for making videos, I have to find information very fast, so text is a way to go. Okay, chat, it's really getting late. I streamed for 5.5 hours almost. That's quite longer than I thought I would stream. I feel like we should slowly come to an end. Don't want to reach the 6-hour mark here. And I think people are also tired of my rambling here in chat. Yeah, I can imagine. That's very difficult. I also mostly read stuff in English, then reading the German names is really confusing. When I was like invited to by the German Tolkien Society for their stream and talking a bit about Rings of Power, I really had to look up a few translations for German stuff here and there. Yeah, if you've grown up with those, that's completely understandable. But for me, it was like the past couple of years English only, so I'm very used to that now. Even though originally I also read it, I started reading Lord of the Rings. I read the German version first as well, translated by Margaret Carew. Yeah, I definitely hope it as well. Next stream, of course, will be, what's it called? Friday? Maybe I start a bit later Friday, though. Because I would really love to get a review out the same day and then maybe do the stream. I have to see how this works. But there will be a stream on Friday as well, I think. I'm not sure yet how to organize it. Either I stream really early and then have more time to work on the review, or I do the review first and then do the stream. I don't have to bother anymore. I don't know. Roundtable will be on Thursday. If everything is organizable and there are no scheduling issues, which is currently hard to predict. This episode is a bit this roundtable is a bit tough to organize, I have to admit, because some people there are a lot of scheduling issues. Can't wait for episode 6 discussion. Yeah, I'm also very curious about episode 6, I have to admit. Yeah, glad, Paul Freeborn, that you could join. I know time zones and stuff are always make stuff difficult for people. Let me just double check something really quick. As always, not convinced it will work. Pretty much as always. Maybe I can I pre-render that? That would help so much. I have no idea. Probably won't work. Okay, let me just do the production stuff here. Yeah, what else is there to go? I tried to make a little halftime review in German for the German channel. I'm not sure if I will be able to complete it. I'm slowly working my way to a very detailed, relatively detailed analysis of episode 3 still, which the ring of credits has to come for. Exactly. Currently rendering it. Where is... I hope this will work. I'm not sure if it will. Rendering means basically I edited something and I now put it into a video file. So it basically means to yeah, what I have in my program to make it, put it out in a video file. It probably won't work because for whatever reason, every time I try the credit stuff, the rendering stuff for the credits, it often gives my computer like a really hard time doing this live. Okay, so far the computer is not dying. Maybe I should stop talking. Okay, now the computer is dying. Pretty much as always. It's so strange, isn't it? That always my computer dies here at this particular part. Maybe if I skip it, it works better. So shout outs to the artists and of course to all the supporting people. Yeah, basically I have to add the names from that subscribed and did stuff, so much appreciated to all the people. I even got the some of the new people already into this here, I hope. Probably somebody was forgotten, I'm sorry for that, who might be in the next thing here. But now it seems to work. It's always like at the beginning where my computer dies. It's kind of strange. Have you, Chris? Well, there's no problem. Yeah, and as said, I hope I can also finish at some point the episode 3 analysis, though it's currently, it has a lower priority, if that makes sense. Simply because, yeah, it's not the current episode anymore, but I try to go through basically everything in that thing. It's over an hour long. It takes a while to produce. And I also have to produce other stuff in the meantime, so I'm very slow. Smacking always works, yeah, exactly. But yeah, also I think of upgrading my computer in the near future, so then I can maybe do the live rendering easier. That might work. Usually I could also prepare the rendering before I stream, but that would be too easy. So again, shoutouts to all the people. You also saw like a bunch of names subscribing, like having memberships here on this channel or on my Twitch channel. If you want to support this channel, feel free to do so as well. But of course, I also appreciate every like and comment, and especially friendly comments that are not rude and not insulting me. But that's a different topic. And yeah, stuff like that. So if you see this as a VOD and you're still listening, which I would find very surprising, to be honest, then feel free to press the like button, leave a comment, maybe subscribe. I don't know if you really like this channel. Maybe also, I don't know, get a membership or something. Would be much appreciated, but I would say there is not much left to say for the end of the stream here, so see you people next time, and goodbye.